All right, welcome back, folks. Our third session of Rakuen. Last session, we went through the story of Tony and his loss, dealing with his grief, and his daughter Christina, and the loss of her brother Benny, and how Tony carried the weight and became estranged to Christy because of self-guilt, but it's really, in the end, how both Christy and Tony carried the burden of self-inflicted negligence, right? It's a timeless story of grief and overcoming grief, while not necessarily taking the ideal route of reconciling each other. So in the end, though, Christy and Tony are back together with the help of the boy, which is you. Then we completed the story of Costco and Kisaburo. Unfortunately, this one is a little tougher. It's kind of my nightmare fuel. We find that Kisaburo is afflicted with some sort of dementia that involves losing his memory. It's not quite Alzheimer's because you don't see the classical thing of him traveling backwards per se, but it might be that. It's some sort of dementia. And you get the perspective of Costco, right? And learning how they had a really wonderful life together. They had 4 kids. Kimiko, Reiko, Takashi, and Mitsuo. Very classic names for sure. So Kazuko looked for any semblance of her husband in him in his current state, and you were able to rekindle their bond through their first moments, which was facilitated through the Hikaribana, the flower, right? And it's really wonderful in the toughest ways to grip with dementia. Although I do have to say there is a silver lining here, kind of. There are some deep cuts into the whole dementia research nowadays. I really hope there will be more breakthroughs and progress made in that front. Neurological diseases have been a side little side little thing that I kept track of from as the years go on. Losing the sense of self without actually knowing the sense of self, that is incredibly devastating. I think if I had to rank them, that is they're all stories of incredible loss, and that's the theme of this game, right? But dementia, that is really high up there for me. Grief through to the loss of loved ones, through the unfortunate thing, that is, all these are pretty high up. I think in some way all of them had been part of most people's exposure. The longer you live, the more likely you'll encounter these 3, right? First one is racial differences, right? Cultural differences. And then tragedy, right? Some imply tragedy. And then you have the loss of parents and siblings outliving their children or siblings, right? And due to unfortunate circumstances. And then finally the aging, the question of adult aging and dealing with not just physical stuff, but mental stuff. It's a story that you hear seldomly in games and movies, but when they do, they hit really hard. Okay. So on that cheery, bright moment, we're gonna continue, and there are 2 more characters. I think, oh, actually, I have no idea what the next 2 are. We have a mystery guy, a mystery room. Maybe it's Yami. Maybe it's a boy. And we completed Sue as well. So all her worlds, her little planets. Yeah, there's only 1 room left, so I'm not entirely sure where this is gonna go. According to the Steam achievements, I did do part 4. I have no idea though. How my memory works is it has to be contextualized, so once I get some context, I will probably remember at least a good amount of it. Alright. Let's jump right in. I really like the title screen song, of course, courtesy of Laura Shigihara. Alright, oh, and we get to go back to Skylands, I think. Oh, yeah, we got a highlight. I think the Skylands was awesome. The mansion thing. Yeah, Monsieur's mansion. Hecka segment, man. Hecka segment. Alright. So we'll see if we get to the end. If we get to the end, there will be some candid conclusions at the end of the game. As a side note, I'm incredibly excited because the embargo on reviews of Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth just came out today, and I was reading through it. That's why I was kind of late today, but really excited. 2 days to go. Gonna have melodrama and everything. We'll see how well my voice holds up today. Alright. Fun wall stickers. That must be for the the lounge. Let's sit here for a few seconds to enjoy this background music. It's so good. Oh, and also, in terms of music, I totally forgot this from the first time, but it was nice to hear Tony and Kisaburo had like a singing voice sample for their piece in the Mori Kokoro song compilation, whatever you want to call it, collection. The Spirit Envoy. Oh, this must be the song. The Spirit Envoy. Oh wait, maybe not. We'll have to go back to the jukebox to see what this one is. Is there anything in here? Nope. Okay. I don't think there was a path over here, was there? Nope. Hey, it's our friend the sign. It's over here. There's an onion guy. Well, aren't you a doll? You'll have a good day now, hun. Oh, okay. Thanks. I will. Okay. I can't believe I'm missing the ceremony. Ceremony? Yeah, the signs are celebrating Wooden Sign Day. They're singing and dancing. We discuss our issues that affect wooden signs. You know, things like mold, termites, culture. Why are you missing it? The other signs made me stand guard so no one would interrupt them. In all honesty, I think it's because they don't like me. They make fun of me because I still carry a blanket around with me. Well, technically it's not a blanket, it's a giant purple beanbag. Aw, there's nothing wrong with that. You're right. If a wooden sign still carries around a security beanbag, what? Then is he any less of a wooden sign? Definitely not. And now that I mentioned my beanbag, I feel very weird about it. I bet the other signs are gonna try to cut it up or something. No. Okay. Oh, I would feel so sad. Aw, there. I'll help you. How about I help you get it back? Wait, really? You would do that for me? Of course. Where is it? In a treasure box inside the cave that I'm supposed to be guarding. I'll do it. I'll do it. Mean face. I'll do it. Thank you so much. Oh, you're not gonna go to the ceremony though? Alright. I got you. Oh, are they in here? Is the ceremony in here? What am I supposed to do? Just, Can I talk to you guys? Yield? Who let this non-sign into our ceremony? Oh. Pedestrian crossing. Wait. Stop interrupting us or we'll charge our text to or change our text to get out. Alright, fair enough. Haha, he keeps his security beanbag in here. What a big baby. Let's cut it up. Hey, you bullies. Stop, 25 miles per hour? That's kind of funny. I have termites. Oh, this is good. This is really good. 25 miles per hour. Is there an inside joke for this? Stop is an inside. I guess these two are actually stop. These are signs, right? I have termites. You have termites? Run! Oh, okay. All right. But what about your friends? Okay, never mind. All right, cool. Easy clap. Who said you can't talk signs down, right? Piece of cake. There you go, buddy. Any luck with the mission? My beanbag. You found my security beanbag. Thank you so much. You know, while I was standing out here thinking about life, I decided that as much as I love my beanbag, maybe there's someone else out there who needs this more than I do. Do you know anyone who might find comfort in a big purple security beanbag that smells like clean laundry? Perhaps someone at the hospital would like it. We would put it in the new patient lounge. I don't know what a hospital is, But if it would help someone, then I want you guys to have it. Aw, that's very kind of you. I should mention, technically it's called a syllabary beanbag. A Lebo artisan from the Skylands made it. He said the design was inspired by syllabaries. Isn't that neat? Anyways, please, take it. Bring happiness to others for me, my new friends. And from here on out, I'm gonna try to stand up for myself when the others give me a hard time. Good on you, buddy. Good on you. You tell him. Although it's kind of hard to distinguish you from the other square sign. What the heck is that thing? Is that a shroom? Alright. Got my 10 gold. We'll talk to that little wobbly thing in a bit. Up here. Okay. 20 gold, I'll take it. I wonder what we use money for now. You kind of look like a fungus. Thankful turkey tail. How are you? Good, how are you? Thank you for asking. I'm very good. I live on a log. Isn't that neat? I just grew the other day. A tree had to fall before I could grow. It gives me food and a nice place to live. So every day I always think to myself, what a generous tree. I love this tree so much. Cute. Cute. Is that what they're really called? Hold up. Oh, yeah, turkey tail mushrooms. That is what they're called. I'm not familiar with that colloquial. Coriolis versicolor? Vesicular? Or something like that? Yeah. Huh, turkey. Oh man, I just realized I've been muted the whole time. Whoops. Or I don't know how long I've been muted. My bad. Did I hit the mute button? I could have sworn I unmuted myself. Oh. Oh. Hey. Right. I went to cough. My bad. That's okay. Too much coughing. Alright, so earlier I was asking like, man, where to spend the money? Well, here we go. A Corso pillow? Man, that sounds amazing. Look at how fluffy those guys are. Okay, fancy Skybutt tea set. Must be this thing here. Cute. Not a story guy. Alright. Okay. Okay, so we're just collecting a bunch of stuff. Where else? The cave. We have bamboo stuff, right? No, we didn't collect. And Sue. We're still not sure if Sue is the fourth person. Actually, now that I think about it. We did collect all her marbles. Huh, that was cut down. Might as well cut all these down. Where does this lead? Oh. Oh yeah, right. We knew that. We knew that. That's because Jackie cut the middle. That's to the Guardian. Marizora. Was it here? There's a place with bamboo. I just don't remember. You know, I just realized there are signs. Do these signs say anything? Oh, okay. No, let's worry about this later. Might be this side, actually. Right. That's empty. Pretty sure. Hello, guy. I mean, big guy. Is it here? It might be this staircase. There's a place where Sue is. Yeah, this is it. There we go. Oh, Sue's not here anymore. I think this is the only thing I remember. 25 gold. Nice. Another thing for the lounge. We can talk to the rat shroom guy, like the king shroom guy. I don't remember if it's any different. Maybe. Yeah, the king guy. I don't know if we hit all the shrooms. We'll see. Pretty sure it's this way. And there's a shortcut off the Truffalos. Yep. Okay. Oh, right. Well, this is a coincidence. I totally forgot about this thing. Let me guess. More gold. Okay. There we go. Did we get it? Whoa, little dude. You're so radical. My sources tell me that you've stepped on a lot of bad shrooms. I guess you totally earned access to the store. The store. Only members of the RPS and dudes that the RPS deem worthy are allowed to buy items from the store. Woo! It's our way of saying thank you for your help, little dude, and super rad mom. Oh, I haven't used that impersonation in a while, huh? We should stick someone with that name. Oh, speaking of more gold to spend, Shimeji doll. Shimeji doll. Glow shroom lamp. Wall shroom lights. Aww. Oh, you know what? Do they sell merchandise? Oh, it would be kind of cute. I could see having like a shroom lamp on the side and stuff would be kind of cute. Okay. Alright. I guess that's it. There might be another. Oh. Oh, right. This is where the pig was. To the right. Gotta cut everything down. Oh, hey, it's a Froggo. Hello, Froggo. My frog now. Maybe we could take it back to the hospital and aw. Well, my Froggo now. That's how you do it. You just snatch creatures and transplant them to the hospital. You know? That's how kids do be working. Hello there, buddy. Truffalolos. Cave bud. Tulip. Alright. I think that's it for the cave. Those are all the stuff, right? So now, oh, wait a minute. This water, oh yeah, this water must have been drained from our water stormy interaction? Maybe? Oh, Sue is the fourth. Okay. I get it. I remember this now. I have enough context now. Poochie is Sue's friend, I think. I'm pretty sure this connects with Poochie. I know she's waiting for me. I feel so bad. Sue, wait. I wish I could remember where we were supposed to meet. But I can't remember much of anything anymore. She was counting on me. Who was counting on you, Sue? My friend. She needed someone to take care of her. She didn't have anyone to take care of her. She didn't have anyone to love her. I promised that we'd take care of each other. But I broke that promise. I have to find her. We'll find your friend, Sue. I promise. Thank you. And off she goes. It's Poochie's bell. I remember this now. She dropped this. What do you think it's for, Mom? I'm not sure. But when I was a little girl, I used a ribbon with a bell on it just like this as a pet collar. A pet collar? Yup. The noise from the bell helped us find our cats and dogs when they were hiding. And it made it harder for them to catch birds and mice. Mom, look! It says Poochie on the side. That name seems familiar. It most certainly does. Wait, where does this lead to? Oh. Okay. Actually, let's interact with her. I wish I could remember where we were supposed to meet. She was counting on me. Oh yeah, totally. Same dialogue. Don't worry, Sue. We got this. We got this. Memory hasn't come back to me what happened to Poochie though. Which way was it? I think... Right, we're back in the village. Oh, I need to go... I think it's a south exit. Stormy's cave. South here. Yeah. Can I interact with Poochie now? Mom, look! She's sniffing the bell we picked up back there. Are you Sue's friend? Do you want us to take you to her? I think she wants us to I think she wants to follow us. No, she seems like such a sweet dog. We'll take her back to your friend, little one. Yeah, Mom, let's go. Wait, hold up. We need to find out if there are other things we can interact with. Oh, you know what? Oh, this is the opportunity. We're keeping Poochie. Sorry, Sue. Poochie's all ours now. It's our friend now. You know what? Here's a shout out for Poochie. Poochie has wings. The shout out would be what was the dog's name in? I want to say it's Oh no, it starts with an M. Is it? Oh no, wait. It starts with a K, right? Kuromaru? Yeah, Kuromaru from Persona 3. Kuromaru wears a shirt thing, or like some gear that gives it wings. It's a very classic Shiba Inu-like dog. Shiba with wings. We can finally go in this well that I've been meaning to go into because I didn't realize you can actually go into jump in. What? It seems like Poochie doesn't want to go down there. Perhaps we should return her to Sue first. Oh man. Oh man. Alright, well. I'll keep in mind. Dang it. Poochie. Should've went down the well first. Okay. Fine. Where do we go? Hold. Wait, can I exit? No, I can't go in that other direction. No, we just backtrack. You know, this guy here. Curious if that guy has any interactions. Alright. Sue, we found your friend. We found Poochie. Or not? Sue? Mom, where did she go? I'm not sure, dear. Poochie knows, though. Come on, Poochie. Oh. Wow, Poochie. Thanks. Unlocked doors everywhere. Imagine being lost and suddenly doors just open up. Metaphorically, right? Oh no! I remember. Oh no. Oh no. I remember. I remember this. All right. No. Okay. All right. Yuki. But aren't you hungry? I am. I am, but you know I can't go home right now. Well, okay. But just don't catch a cold. It's getting chilly these days. I'll try my best. See you later, Yuki. Cats. Let's talk to Yuki. Appropriate, right? Yuki for a white cat. Fair enough. It's pretty tough for us strays when the weather starts turning cold. I think it might snow soon. Keep warm, pup. Aw. Cats and dogs. Sue, remember that Sue's marble? I forgot which marble it was. Was it the amber one? It might have been the flower one. One of the marbles, cats and dogs, uh, happily coexist. Very appropriate for Sue-related content here. How about you? Wait, can I talk to humans? Ah! Another stray dog! I thought the city took care of that problem years ago. Aww. Mickey. Hi, pup. Wait. Hey! You can't just go running into the street like that. You're gonna get hit by a car. Oh, I wanted to talk to the other humans. Okay. Nothing like playing like a dog. Oh. Wait. Hold. You can smell lots of good things inside. Unfortunately, they're all out of reach. It smells like egg sandwiches. Look inside the trash can, sure. The trash can is filled to the brim with plastic wrappers and empty containers. There's no food inside though. No. It smells like humans. Look inside. It's filled with folded clothes and toys. Oh my gosh, a stray dog just wandered into the office. Someone call animal control. Oh. That's so upsetting. Pudding? Last week we lost another friend. The people in that building called animal control on him. They came and took him away. Be careful. It's a tough world for us strays. No. Hopalon? My humans moved away last month and left me behind. I missed them so much. Oh. Feels bad, man. How about you kids? I have to walk 5 kilometers before my Rostallion can grow wings. What the... Hold up, I need to get cultured. What the heck is a Rostallion? Is that a thing? That... Oh, wait! Is this like a pedometer thing? Like the little mini digital like Tamagotchi stuff? I don't know. That's kind of weird. Hey, come here! My brother and I are trying to get our Roostallions to grow wings, but we have to walk a lot of kilometers before that happens. Want to run in a circle with us? Okay, it's like one of those like mini digital pets, like a Tamagotchi with a pedometer on it, right? I don't think there's an Easter egg where you just walk in a circle with them. How about you, little kid? My friend said there was a mega crocodilo around here. I haven't caught one of those yet. Yep. It smells like pizza and coffee. It looks as though the trash can was just emptied. Oh. Doesn't smell like food. Yikes. Wait. I don't know enough about wherever this is to know the color coding on trash bags. I don't know how to use that. Okay, fair enough. It smells like plastic bottles. Ma used to like to chew on those things. Oh. You can't really smell anything. It smells like old newspaper. I see paper, plastic. Paper, plastic, and I don't know what the blue thing is. Okay. I doubt we can walk into the not so subtle 7-Eleven, right? The store is closed right now. Okay. Fair enough. Sorry, pup. I can't let you pass. Hmm? Wait. Hmm? You're new around here, aren't you? Where's your litter? Where's your ma? I don't know. I just woke up this morning and they were all gone. Aw, I'm sorry, kid. Well, how about this? If you're looking for a warm place to sleep, prove to me you're a good pup. Bring me something to eat and I'll let you sleep in the alley back here. The hot water pipes run directly through it, so it's nice and warm. Good company too. All the nice cats and dogs hang out back there. Cats and dogs hang out together? Of course. In this town, we strays gotta stick together. Cat, dog, it doesn't matter. Deep down, we all just want a warm bed, a full tummy, and someone to love us. So it's a deal, eh? Bring me some food and you can join us. I'll try my best. Hey there, Antonio. You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of the storyline for what was that non-Disney but so Disney film? Oliver and Company? Yeah, this reminds me of the Oliver and Company. Or more recently, maybe a bit of a nod to Pets. Okay, what is that? The Secret Life of Pets? Is that what it's called? Yeah, Secret Life of Pets, 2016, and I guess there was a sequel 3 years later. Who actually did Secret Life of Pets? Universal Pictures. I see. But Oliver and Company, man, that is a throwback. Pretty sure it's called Oliver Company. Oliver and Company, yeah. 1988. Dang. That takes me back. 1988. Oh, no, wait. It is a Walt Disney picture. Huh. It was a Walt Disney picture film. Okay. Yeah, Oliver and Company. Classic. I guess we're walking into the 7-Eleven. Koji. Oh, Looney. Why didn't you come home last night? Everyone told me that I shouldn't let you be an outdoor cat because it's too dangerous in the city. But I wanted you to be free. Oh, hello there, doggy. Me? Oh, I'm just really worried right now. My cat, Looney, she's usually come home every night, but last night she didn't return. I had to come to work today. but I'm just worried sick. What if something happened to her? What if she's lost? You probably can't understand what I'm saying. Well, doggy, I'm so sorry, but I can't let you stay inside. My boss has a strict no dog policy, so it's not safe for you here. Please take care, little one. Is that Looney? Hey, Looney, you're back. Come on in. Oh, most certainly. That is most certainly Looney. Alright, so I have to find food. Okay. Sure. Can I... Wait. Can I... What if I just talk to Toma? Yeah. Not yet. Say, who was the cat who just followed you into the alley? You mean Looney? Real sweet black cat. Bright yellow eyes. Bright yellow eyes? She's actually not a stray. She has a really nice owner and lives in an apartment around here. But she still hangs out with us. That's rare, you know? Most domestics don't want to mess with our kind, but Looney's different. I know I don't have any food for you yet, but would it be alright if I went into the alley just for a bit? I have a message for Looney. It's about her owner. He okay? He's really worried about her. I guess she didn't come home last night. Okay, you seem like an honest pup. I'll let you back there just for a bit to talk to Looney. Thank you. Swell guy. Toma. Toma's a nice guy. Looney's the black cat right up there. Go ahead and deliver your message. I'll wait here for you. Can I... Can I... Oh, Mandy. What? It's a trash panda. Oh, it's a raccoon. Fair enough. Andy, sleeping. Sure. Heckin' trash panda. Kitty. Hello, Looney. Well, I just saw your owner. And, he seems really worried about you. He said you didn't come home last night. Oh no. Oh no. I was afraid he'd worry. You see, I don't usually stay away from home for this long, but this was an emergency. My best friend's owner passed away, so he's really sad and needs my company right now. Oh, Looney, I don't want to worry your owner. I don't want your owner to worry. You've already been such a great help to me during this time. You should go back to him. I'll be fine now. Kenny, are you sure? I'm sure. I think I need a nap now anyway. I'll come back every day, just as I always do, because you're my best friend. You're my best friend too, Looney. Thank you for letting me know about this. Do you think you could take me to my owner? Okay. Sure. Oh, I see you made a new friend. Ready to head out? Okay, let's go. Toma, keeping up the guard. Looney. Alright, let's go. Doggy, I'm really sorry, but I can't let you... Looney? Looney, is that you? Aw, cute, cutie. Whoa. Oh, Looney, I thought something awful had happened to you. Is this doggy your friend? Thank you for bringing my cat back to me. I'm so relieved she's okay. Come here, I've got something for you. Fish cakes? I kind of remember fish cakes. To say thank you, why don't you have some of this fish cake? Solid. Take care, little one. No. Oh, we gotta give it to Toma, right? Here you go, Toma. Oh, thanks, Adriano. Appreciate it. Oh my goodness, that heavenly scent. Is that fish cake? You can have it if you like. I hope you enjoy it. We're gonna enjoy it together. Come on, pup. You're one of us now. No, it really is Oliver and Company all over again. Makes me want to watch Oliver and Company. How long has it been? I think I watched Oliver and Company 20 years ago. Maybe 22 years ago. It's already been like, yeah, it's been 2 decades since the last time I watched Oliver and Company. Such a cute movie. That's definitely a throwback to childhood right there. I mean, I wasn't even a child back then. I was a teenager 20 years ago watching Disney films. Tonight, we have a very special treat. Courtesy of our new friend Poochie. Is that fish cake? Fish cake? And I must say, Champ, you did an amazing job as well. The baker's wife gave me all their leftovers because I ate a squirrel that was destroying her garden. Bravo. There are enough donuts here to start our own bakery. Oh no, wait, that's Kenny. Kenny, we gave Kenny a slower cadence. Oh no, this is too difficult. What was Yuki? A cat and dog bakery. That be the day. Oh, this is a throwback to Sue's planet. Yeah, this is definitely... It was a tea house, right? Pretty sure it was a tea house in Sue's little imaginary world. When I hear Mickey, I want to make a Mickey noise, but that really hurts my voice when I try to... Welcome to the first official Tokyo cat and dog bakery. No. Okay, everyone, let's eat. Aww. That's cute. If pets could talk, right? If other animals could talk. Where is that dog? The boss said that he'd be right by the elementary school. Let me check the orders again. Is that really what animal control looks like? There she is. Get her. Oh, it's okay. It's fine. Oh. Yeah, totally Oliver and Company. Okay, pup. You're coming with us now. No. She's awfully calm for Stray, isn't she? Yeah, she's a nice dog. It's a shame no one will adopt her. Too mangy. Such a forlorn look on her face. Kinda reminds me of Hachiko, doesn't she? Eh, you're right. A big mangy Akita. Oh, right. Not a Shiba, an Akita. A big mangy Akita like Hachiko wouldn't last too long in today's Tokyo. Such a shame. They'll probably put her down in 7 days like in all the others. Wait! Oh hey. There's Sue. Couldn't recognize her because we only see her hair. Well, actually her hair stayed the same, right? Wait! You can't put her down? Oh, I'm sorry, little girl. I know it sounds really sad, but there are just too many stray dogs and not enough homes. No, I mean, you can't put her down because she's my dog. She's your dog? Yes. What's her name? Her name? Her name is Poochie. Poochie. Oh, okay. That's. Oh. Hey, Poochie, did you sneak outside again? I told you to stay in the yard. I see. And where's Poochie's collar? Oh, well, you see, she keeps taking it off because it's too tight. Mom's been meaning to get her a new one that fits, but she works full time, so she's really busy. Okay, but please be careful that your fence is dog-proof next time. You know what? That's like that's a really sad part because we know that Sue's father is involved in alcohol abuse, right? At some point. I don't know if this is before or after. And her mother was the one that was holding down the fort. That's kind of a deep cut. I think at least, yeah, pretty sure that was Sue's background. If the dog gets out, it's very dangerous for people as well as for the dog. I understand, sir. It won't happen again. Keep an eye on her. I will, sir. I promise. Phew. That was a close one. I can't believe they were gonna put you down. Such a nice and beautiful dog like you. I just couldn't let that happen. Mom and Dad would never let me keep a dog as a pet. But that doesn't mean we can't be friends. Oh, you must be so hungry. I actually have some leftovers from lunch that you can have. But we should probably go someplace safer. Come on, I have just the place. Oh, I totally remember this. Oh, wait. Deep cut here. Deep cut. Did I make that connection back then? You know what this really reminds me of? At least the apartment building. It reminds me of shout outs to Freebird games, right? Because A Bird Story, their little mini-sode between To the Moon and Finding Paradise also took place basically in a building like this. On like a 2D thing. So I don't know if that was something that, and it was involving the relationship between a kid and an animal, right? In that case, it was a bird. But there are a lot of like back and forth inspirations, like common inspirations. I'm not saying that Freebird may have directly inspired this, but Freebird might have been inspired something that was coincidentally also inspired Laura and whatnot. Okay, Poochie, today I want to show you my favorite place, and that's the tree. So we saw Poochie in front of the cherry blossom tree, right? The one that Sue believes Poochie would wait under. Oh man, that's such another throwback for like the loyalty of a dog. For those who watch Futurama. Oh, what was the dog's name? What was Fry Dog's name? Fry's dog, Futurama. Seymour. Oh, right. Seymour. That's right. His name is Seymour exclamatory. Seymour Butts, but yeah. Fry's dog Seymour. That one hit really hard. It was about Fry's dog from the past, and he got frozen, right? So he got cryo froze, and it was the future, and he was reminded of his dog because his dog got fossilized through the years, and they did this montage of him waiting in front of the pizza shop that Fry was a delivery boy for, and then it just kept rotating and showed that it kind of implied that Fry's dog got old and passed away and being loyal to Fry, but actually a disaster happened and caused Fry's dog to be fossilized. And then he went through like a whole episode of getting his dog or trying to reunite with his dog. And this is kind of the same, a very similar storyline. Celebrating the bonds of loyalty between friends, an animal and the human being. It's an incredibly charming, bittersweet relationship that I'm sure many people experience, especially people who live in the United States. Like, it's very debatable, but in the United States, I would say per person, this type of storyline would probably resonate very, very highly. Okay, Poochie, today I will show you my favorite place. See this tree? I call it the lonely tree. Why do I call it that? Well, I mean, kind of a lonely tree. It's all by itself. It's too tall to talk to the grass. It doesn't have a whole lot in common with the bushes. There just aren't any other trees here. It needs someone to talk to. Oh, don't worry. The tree isn't lonely when I'm here, and I come here a lot. It's my favorite place. When it's hot, the tree gives me shade. When I'm scared, it lets me hide in its branches. We talk together and just hang out. It's nice, Anyways, since I walk by here every day after school, do you want this to be our meeting place? I'll save part of my lunch for you. So we can play games together. How does that sound? It's a deal then. I gotta go home now, but here's some food for you. I wasn't that hungry today, so there's a lot left. Hope you enjoy. See you tomorrow, Poochie. No. I love this background music too. It's so classic. It's such a classic background music for this too. Okay, Poochie. Now it's my turn to hide. Close your eyes. And are they closed for reals? Okay then, count to 10. You're never gonna find me. Or so she thinks. So she thinks, huh? Can we interact with these things? Can I go in here? Wait, I didn't even... I'm gonna be real. I really was trying to like see if Poochie can interact with any of these things, and it just by coincidence, it's the first place Sue decided to hide. What the heck? I figured she'd be hiding like, I don't know, somewhere else. Not the very first place I check. Okay, well, alright then. You found me! Now it's your turn to hide. Oh no. Do I remember where? Oh, yeah, the bullies. Yeah, this is where we already had a hint before that Sue had. She was the victim of bullying. Tell us about your marbles, Sue. Haha, yes, Sue. Tell us how you think they're actually little planets. She thinks they're planets? Haha, yeah. I don't want to take them out of the jar right now. Why? With all the little aliens, will all the little aliens spill out? Ugh. She's such a weirdo. I don't like taking them out at school. No? You don't want to take them out because they're just plain old marbles. They're not just marbles. So she admits it. She thinks her marbles are planets. She's crazy. Oh gosh. Leave me alone. Come on, Sue. Let's see your planets. Get away from me. Oh, yes. Gucci, you tell him. Get your scary stray dog away from us. Yeah, you tell him, Poochie. Oh, Poochie. Thank you. People don't always like you. People don't always like you when you're different. Maybe it's just how it is. Like how cats and dogs don't get along. What's that, Poochie? You used to hang out with cats, and they wanted to start a dog and cat bakery? Wow, that's really cool. I eat at a place like that. Aw. That might be where she got her inspiration from. I'm really terrible at doing bully stuff because I don't usually think about how those lines would be said, so it's kind of tough. Poochie, today I want to show you where I live. No, Poochie. Sorry, girl. It's just that you can't bark around here or we could get in trouble. Thanks for understanding. Well, this is my home. I really wish I could show you my room, but Dad's home right now. He gets pretty angry if he's napping and someone wakes him up. He came home last night because he was out playing this grown-up game. It's gambling. We know that his father... Yeah. You know the kind of game where you drink grown-up drinks and lose a lot of money? I don't like those games. But don't worry. I still have lots of cool things I can show you in the yard. Like, see over here? Earlier this year, some mourning doves made a nest in the bushes. See how low to the ground it was? I came and checked on them every morning before school. And one day, the babies flew away. Oh! Where did I put it? Here it is. See how much this rock looks like a duck? What the heck is this? Calm down, dear. I needed to wash your clothes. I told you not to move my things. Oh, Dad's awake. Come on, Poochie, we gotta go. Follow me. Yeah. Quick, Poochie, in here. That was close. We can't hide here. We can hide here until things calm down. Wanna look at my marble collection? I don't have the whole jar with me, but I have a few new ones in my pocket. When I have to hide, I like to choose a marble and make a new world. Will you make a new world with me, Poochie? Oh, this must be the dog and cat cafe world. Let's see. How about this one? I found this marble at the base of the lonely tree, and it's the color of amber. Yeah, it was the amber one. Yeah. It made me think the tree was giving me a present. I think this planet has a really big tree in it. The tree is so big that everyone lives there together. Inside the tree, there's a room where flower creatures serve you the most delicious tea ever. And the tea room is upside down, so you can walk on the ceiling. Your tea won't even fall out of the cup. Oh wait, no. This is the... Maybe this isn't the one. This is one of her marbles that we know, but this isn't the one with the cats and dogs, I think. Of course you can sit on the table with me and share my food. You want to make up another world? Okay, what will yours be like? A cat and dog bakery planet? That's a great idea. Which one was it? It might be the flower one. It's either the flower or the celestial one, I think. Possibly. Man, my memory's not collecting properly. Let me hold up. I gotta fact check. Sue's. Hold. Hold. So I remember, you know, we have the snow world, right? There's the snow world. There's the cat's eye, right? The cat planet. Oh, it's the cat planet. Yeah, the cat's eye planet. And then the amber is the... So it's the one before it, the cat eye planet. Poochie. He left. He just took all his things and now he's gone. He didn't even say goodbye. Poochie, do you think he was a bad person? Do you think he left because he didn't care? Was he afraid? Did he not love us anymore? Poochie? I made you something. Poochie, I made you something today. It's your very own collar. I used pink ribbon and a bell I got from school. That way, everyone will know that you have someone who loves you and wants to take care of you. I'll always be there for you, Poochie. I promise. Oh, I don't think this collar is going to be long enough. That's okay. I have more ribbons at home so I can fix it later. That's right. You didn't ever manage to give Poochie the collar. Okay, Poochie, I gotta go early today. Gotta help Mom with some stuff. But I'll see you tomorrow. Poochie? You're my best friend. No. Another day, another lifetime. We can't go yet. Mom, I have to talk to my friend. I know moving is a scary thing, but trust me, Sue. You'll make new friends. I don't want to make new friends. This is my best friend. And she needs me. I can't just leave her. I don't understand why we have to move anyway. Can't I just go to the doctor here? We're going to Sendai to stay with your uncle and aunt because it's closer to the kind of medical care you need. Sue, I know it's difficult, but your father is not here anymore. Practically speaking, it's just too expensive for us to live here. Then, can I bring my friend with me? For the last time, no. Now please, Sue, get in the car. Oh. Noriko? Uchi, I'm so sorry. Oh. Feels bad. Feels bad, man. Mom, where are we? I'm not sure, sweetie. It feels cold and really empty. I know, dear. It's probably best if we keep walking. I like that whole probably thing. Probably is a truncation of probably. Nice little Americana colloquial. Can't interact. Yuma? What are you doing here? I failed her. Ooh. I don't know why I'm still here, boy. After all the bad things I've done, I don't deserve to still be walking these paths. I had a life. I had a vice. Oh, I don't remember this part. Dang. Maybe I don't know why I had at the time. I ran away from my problems in the most cowardly way a man can. They needed me. Sue needed me. Oh, Yuma is the father. So now, I spend my days wandering these worlds in hopes that I can find something. Anything. To make this pain go away. At least it's implied it's him. Did you take care of her while I was away? You took care of each other. She's strong, isn't she? Maybe you can't change the past, but you can still do something for her, Yuma. What's that? Let her know that you love her, and that you always did. Even when it didn't seem that way. Thank you, boy. Well, I think the time has come for me to cross these worlds. It's been a real pleasure. Goodbye. Poochie? Poochie! Oh, Poochie, I'm so sorry for leaving you. I remember now, you waited for me by the tree near our old home. I wanted to meet you there. I wanted to so badly. Thank you for understanding, girl. I'll never leave you again. I promise. Song.
Promise we can meet underneath the lonely tree. When I had no one, you cared about me. When we were far apart, I always knew you'll be there for me. I'll be there for you.
Goodbye, Sue. They didn't reconcile. Hey! You guys are still here? Hi, Danielle. Since you're still here, should you come? You should come and join us for Star Night tonight. Thanks. Oh, what's Star Night again? What's Star Night again? Only the biggest celebration of the whole world. It's basically the best. Trust me. Okay. We're almost ready, but I think Panky might be running a bit behind. You might want to drop by and see if he needs anything. When it's time for Star Night, talk to the chef and talk to the chief and he'll walk over with you. See you soon. Oh, Danielle. Heart of Gold, Danielle. Wait. I still got to do the one thing. We got to go down like we got to go down to the cave. Or the well. It's was here, over here, through Stormy's cave, going down, east. Can I jump in? Yes, I can. Okay. And gold. Okay. Okay. Alright. Oh, hey. The one guy. Uh... Who the heck? Wait, is that a... I had a dream where I was a strange creature with long limbs that lived in faraway land. It was much darker than this world, and the sky swept most of the year wept most of the year from the lack of sunshine. It was hard to roll because I lacked a sleek body. Kinda looks like an eggplant. A very a girthy eggplant. Shigi? Aww. This is Shigi, as in a representation of herself. Laura Shigihara. Morning tea is good. Morning tea is good to me. Afternoon tea helps me think. Evening tea you shouldn't drink, 'cause then you can't fall asleep. No, then you can't fall asleep. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, this is Laura put herself in the game. That's cute. Wait, so this must be is this like a dev hut? This might be a dev village or something. Like Matt might be one of the artists or something, like the collaborations or something, or inspiration or something. I don't know, because there's clearly more than one at least one vocal sample, right? Oh no. Just finishing up some new art. Ah, those flowers up there always remind me of the time I fell asleep in a planter. Right. Normal occurrence. I just finished inking hundreds of pages. I think my hand is about to fall off. But it's okay, because I'm gonna sleep well tonight. And you know what they say? A good night's sleep is the secret to a good day. Aww. It could be a personification, like separate personification of herself. So inking, right? Kind of like a mangaka kind of thing, artwork. Cute. Very cute. What the heck is that thing? Hold up. Watermelon. What are you? Oh. It's actually kind of hard to tell, but now that I saw Birdie, yeah. Subaru? Subaru. Hello, friends. How are you? Days like these always make me feel like dancing. I was in the middle of planting radishes and then boom! The urge to dance was so strong, I had to start moving. The ... Is this your bird? You know, this little one kind of just fell. Oh, you know, this little one kind of just fell out of a tree one day and broke her wing. I've been taking care of her since then, but I don't think she'll ever fly well enough to go back to the wild, so I've been looking for a good home for her. She's very caring, great with kids and folks who aren't feeling well. Would you like to adopt her? Oh, yes. Thank you so much. My bird now. Please take care of her for me. Alright, so we have birds, froggos, and cat. Where's our doggo? Is Poochie gonna be the doggo? Professor Yoshi. Professor Yoshi. 60. Living on the edge, sweeping up the paths. Sweeping is a dangerous activity, you know. It is. You don't believe me? Last week, I was sweeping and I turned around and tripped on my broom. Hit the ground hard, I did. Oh man, that's terrible. You think that's all? When I was laying on my side, a goat came out of nowhere and rammed me in the stomach. We don't have goats around here. And then, I realized that in the midst of the goat attack, my broom had gone knocked into the river, so I jumped in after it. Near drowned, I did. This water is like 3 feet deep. So now you know. Now you know. There must be some inside jokes here. Like 60 is probably someone who is 60, so they like telling stories, right? Extravagant stories, over exaggerating, hyperbolic, but it's the storytelling that makes it very endearing. That's probably why 60 is. Professor Yoshi, I don't know if Yoshi has a proper significance, but generally speaking, someone who is a professor has the archetype of correcting, right? Being a realist. I can empathize with that. I don't know if it goes deeper or not. Holy. Okay. Dill. Are you guys new recruits? Did you come to help us protect the village? Yes. Alice. Tomorrow, I'm gonna take everyone on a morbid scavenger hunt. Heh heh. A morbid scavenger hunt. Big Mama Chicken Dean? Oh, wait. Does this have something to do with mom? Like, cooking mama? There's no way, right? I just got 12 new... Oh, no, it's not the same. I just got 12 new baby chickens the other day. They make me so proud. Okay. So, someone who takes care of Alice. Morbid scavenger hunt. I don't think that's an Alice in Wonderland kind of reference, is it? I mean, it's kind of a coincidence. I'm trying to read so deep into these. Rob. Hey, can someone pass me the pork rinds? The crunch helps me to stay awake during our long night raids. That kind of sounds like a gamer reference there. A guy named Rob looking for the pork rinds for long raids. I'm surprised they didn't say Doritos. Not sponsored. Just kidding. Oku. Hi guys, welcome to the Lebo Protection Agency. You must be new recruits. Oh, okay. Most of the time, we're busy fighting off attacks against the Lebo village, but we work hard, we play hard. Every now and then, I like to put on my superhero sidekick costume and do a choreographed dance routine. Ah, those were the days. I thought you hated my dancing. Only when it's on my roof 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. No. Oku, huh? Ryuji? Hey, folks. That's it. Okay. Irene? Please don't make me heal. Oh, yeah, it's an RPG. These are RPG references. I much prefer to run in the middle of a fight and deal damage to everyone at the same time. Oh my goodness. Joe. I love turtles. I love all animals. In fact, so much more than folks like Dean or Poku. Alright. Oh, is this your turtle? Benjam? I love it. Oh, that's such a cute name for a turtle. Benjam? Arlok? Arlak? I've been working on a new song for us to all sing while we're out on missions. Okay. Bard, right? The Bard. Well, I mean, it also looks like, what's his name? Kreegen? Or something is also a musician. Omni. This crystal shrimp is the best. Oh, new recruits. Are you looking for help with martial arts? Or do you need help troubleshooting issues with mechanical gear? If so, let me get my goggles. Oh, he's the... Fair enough. The technician. Grand Marshal Moose Rider Fisher. Visor. Visor? 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 Kilo Alpha November. Oh, whoops, sorry. I was just practicing. Come to me if you need any help with flying vehicles, special fighting moves, or maple syrup. Flying vehicles. Flying vehicle. Special fighting move. Or maple syrup. Wait. Hold up. Flying vehicles. Special fighting moves. And maple syrup. Huh. I don't know what this is referring to. It's really specific. Like listing 3 things that are so oddly not intuitively linked together feels like it's a reference, and I don't know what the reference is. Huh. Can I talk to you? Hawaii, of course. My main purpose here is to help others become stronger in battle, but every now and then I enjoy a good story. Me too, man. Me too. High five. Portraits. The gentle shaman Zeeks. Zeeks. The kind healer Rayan. The mighty warrior Brood. Yeah, his name is Craig. So you found out our secret hideout. I've been willing to sell you a rather rare painting. That is, if you're willing to part with some of your gold. He doesn't need any more gold. Well, what do you say? 40 gold for a rare, very rare painting of Monsieur Bud is quite a deal. Quite a good deal. Alright, sure. I'm not giving you my gold. In the end, everyone gives me gold. Heh heh. Alright. Oh, that's kind of cute. It's a tavern, right? A tavern of RPG goers. Cute. Wait, where are we now? Why does this... Okay. This well looks inaccessible. Okay, fair enough. Oh. Oh, okay. Well, that was cute. Alright. You know, I haven't gone up here at all. Oh, wait. Oh. Huh. Okay. Wait. This is not the correct. This is not the way. We gotta get back to the village. Okay. Oh, there's Stormy. You know, they kind of teased the other dragons. I do look forward to future games in the same universe, I suppose. I don't think we're gonna see the other dragons. Lore. There's the Chonker. Berry Chonker. I've got his name. What was your name, buddy? Oh, Buffkiss. Heckin' Buffkiss. Oh, right. We can finally get whatever this is. We still have the onion air freshener. Nice. Yoink. Wasn't there a rock down here? There was a rock down here. Yeah. An airplane sky scene, nice. More lounge stuff. Oh, right. This is the path to the night festival. That's right. Way in the beginning of the game. Or at least I went down here in the beginning of the game. This is Panky, right? Yeah. Wait. Amber. Is this? Yeah. Don't worry. We're near the end. This is new territory now. Because this is where I left off 5 years ago. What did Korra do? Oh, that's right. Korra wanted us to buy all the stuff, right? The lounge stuff. Oh, right. The reeds and fireflies. What was the reed and fireflies for? Totally forgot. Oh, right. The lantern stuff. But it's time for a star night. Talk to the chief and... Right. We got all the reeds and the Dude, that portrait of Monsieur Bud, though. Hmm. Hmm. Oh. Examine each unique piece of Monsieur Bud's theme artwork. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Hanky was the berries. We needed to give him the help him out with the berries. Hey. You came hey, you came through. Yeah. Thanks to you, there will be plenty of syllabary juice for everyone. When it's time for Star Night, talk to the chief and he'll walk over. He'll walk over with you. That's a phrase. Did it just get darker? I think it just got darker. It's time, right? Is there anything else that we haven't done? That's a check. Danielle's check. Jackie. Yep. Alright. It's time. I hear that you've helped the blacksmith get his tools back. The stars are starting to fall. You know what that means. Star Night's about to begin. Shall we walk to the festival together? Alrighty then, let's go. Mom, I can't believe we're really here. It's truly amazing. What a beautiful festival. What would you like to do first, dear? Welcome to the Star Night! Is it your first time here? What am I saying? Of course it's your first time here. Well, come on in. Make yourself at home. Oh, and here's a little gift. We call it Libel Ramune. It's a delicious bubbly drink in a fun glass bottle. Oh, marble soda. Thank you. Oh, it looks like a marble soda bottle. Oh, that is definitely a marble soda bottle. Well, Mom, look. There's a little glass marble inside the top of the bottle. Oh, how neat. When I was a little girl, we used to drink ramune. A neighborhood boy once told me there was a way to get the marble out of the bottle without breaking it. But I'm pretty sure he's just made that up. Mom, I think I should give this marble to Sue. Do you think she's still wanted for her collection even though it's inside a bottle? That is fantastic. Didn't even think about that. Good on you, boy. That's very kind of you, dear. And yes, I'm sure she would very much appreciate that. Okay then. Let's go to Star Night. What do you have going on here? Shaved ice with fun flavors. Get them before they melt. Oh, I could use some shave ice. Bingsu. Maybe bingsu with some sliced mangoes. Yeah, bingsu with some sliced mangoes. Is that takoyaki? Oh, hey, it's Winston. I didn't notice the little brown thing. Try your hands at Kingo Suki. Sukui. Sukui. Yeah. Ooh. Ingyo Suki. You could catch a goldfish. You can keep it as a pet. Wait. Oh. Is it a goldfish for your lounge? This is probably a goldfish for the lounge, huh? Alright. Do I just say yes and I get it? Come on, boy. Do it. Okay, here's your paper net. Good luck. Congratulations, you caught a goldfish. Now you'll have your very own pet. Nailed it. Oh, we got all the pets too. So no doggo, huh? When I hear this music, I can't help but sway back and forth. Oh. How about you, little guy? What a beautiful night. I love checking out all the different treats they have during Star Night. Do you have a favorite? I'll tell you fortune based on which one you choose. Takoyaki, watermelon, dango. Man, dango is a deep cut. If you know, for those people who like this game, like Rakuen, definitely in anime that comes to mind when it comes to dango is Clannad. Especially Clannad After Story. Actually, yeah, it runs really parallel to this type of subject matter. Actually, takoyaki plays a key role in Clannad as well. Watermelon technically does too, but generally speaking, slice of life drama shows like Clannad tends to have watermelon as in the beach, right? The summertime, you have watermelon, and dango is very representative of a specific seasonal time, and takoyaki is a very popular snack. So all of these kind of recur a lot of times, especially as an extension of the Japanese culture. We'll go with dango. See what... Dango are so chewy. I think if you like them, this means you persevere. You have to chew a lot to finish one. Cute. Very cute. Watermelon? Watermelon is my favorite fruit. When I was little, my mom said I kind of look like a watermelon. Is that good? If you like watermelon, it means that you are easygoing and laid back. That's fair enough. Well, actually, if the reason you're eating it is, if the reason you're eating it is because you got really angry and need to cool off, then the opposite is true. Alright. Alright, what about takoyaki? Takoyaki are delicious. The only problem is that I get too excited and bite into it before it cools down. If you eat takoyaki fast like me, then it means you need to work on your patience. But if you wait for it to cool, it means you are good at savoring life. Low key, I probably totally bite into it while it's still hot. Definitely eat watermelon to cool down. And love chewing on things. So what does that mean? Impatient, high strung, but perseverance. Fair enough. Have you tried midnight tea before? You bet I did. It's a very special kind of tea that makes you dream the sweetest dream you've ever had. It's also caused premature blooming in buds. Hats off to Costco, right? Hey, you guys are here! I missed you a lot. Rupert misses you too, even though he doesn't want to admit it. Heh. It's sugar baby. I remember the tone I used. Tea bowls? Nothing goes with cream cake like a nice hot cup of tea. I agree. I definitely agree. There's Quota. This tea is delicious. I'm guessing they're all having the midnight tea. Hi guys. Thank you so much for helping me with the lanterns earlier. This place looks great. What are you doing? Oh, I'm just painting portraits for folks and face paint for the kids. You know, speaking of face paints, I haven't ever done that in my life, even when I was younger. Once or twice had the opportunity, but I had this like whole hygiene thing going on when I was younger. Didn't really like getting stuff on my skin. What is the best thing here? I really like the syllabary donuts over at Panky's. They're delicious. Okay. We haven't... Wait. I don't see Panky's anywhere. Yet. Dean? Alice, do you want to know what I've eaten tonight? Please tell me you aren't going to get sick later. I had an eclair, a fruit tart with whipped cream, a sandwich, another sandwich, a pie, I thought you said you were gonna pace yourself. Wait, does pace yourself mean eat until your stomach hurts? Oh my gosh, no. Oh, then no, I'm not going to pace myself. Oh. I'm more of a Dean than an Alice, I can tell you that. More a Dean than an Alice. Oh, hey, there's Rupert. This is the best Star Night ever. I hope they say that every Star Night, right? So here's a deep cut about what I call the best mentality, right? A lot of times best can create nihilism, as in, oh, this is the best, and then suddenly it, you know, the next thing has to be even better, and the next thing have to be even better, or it isn't as good as it once was, kind of thing. But for me, one encouragement is the deep cut of what you're doing now is going to be the best of everything you've done so far, because it is a combination of everything you have done so far. So the best is the present. Looking to the future, more best will come, right? That's kind of the idea. As opposed to, I feel youth these days, especially even perhaps a lot of millennials, right? My generation and younger tend to do the thing where they compartmentalize. As in, each individual life experience is comparable to another compartmentalized life experience. So for example, if you play Rakuen, right, this game, if you play Rakuen once, oh, that was one of the most emotional experiences you have, and then you play Rakuen again, maybe 10 years later, you could choose to compare them in isolation, like, oh yeah, it's not the same as the first time. It's like, well, yes, it's never going to be the same as the first time. But you know what's best about it? It's the second time you're playing the game. Now you play the game with the first time in mind. It's always going to be the best experience if you live in the present. That's just an alternative perspective. But generally speaking, in this day and age, right? A lot of times things are juxtaposed to each other, as opposed to living life cumulatively. When you experience new things or experience things again, it's never going to be the same as the last time. It's always going to be more. Literally more than the last time. Figuratively, it's definitely up to the person. But generally speaking, when you're doing things like celebrating, like Star Night Festival, for example, the present is a culmination of everything that has come to pass, not a comparison to something in the past. If you're capable of doing that, then try asking yourself if that makes you sadder or not. Because if it's a point where it makes you sad and deflates your eagerness and your happiness in the present, then I would like to challenge you to think of life as more of accumulation, not juxtaposition. So the next time you experience a beautiful game like Rakuen again, it'll be different. It's not supposed to be like the first time. It's always the best time, though. So just something fun and celebratory. It prevents, nihilism from taking hold. Like, for example, oh yeah, Christmas is coming along. I use Christmas quite a lot. It's a little bit after Christmas now. Oh, Lunar New Year is coming up, right? Speaking of that, it's very soon, by the way. Just a coincidence. But Lunar Year could feel like, oh, it's the same thing, we do the same thing. There was this one time the Lunar Year was great. You could use that if you're happy enough and you don't mind some nihilism. However, you could always be like me. It's another new Lunar New Year. I made it to another Lunar New Year. And this Lunar New Year will be something new, something different, because it includes all the Lunar New Years of past. So if I can make comparisons to last year, I'm able to make that because I'm celebrating this year's Lunar New Year and what happened last year. That's kind of the idea, right? It's always going to be greater because you lived another year. If that helps. It's a mindset not for everyone. But generally speaking, that's kind of the mindset that I encourage people who are struggling with living in the present. Oftentimes, those who live in the past can struggle quite a bit in living in the present. And this message here, this is the best Star Night ever, is a great example. You can interpret it in many ways, but a very healthy way is that it is always the best Star Night, the current Star Night you're in. Happy Star Night, Dale. I'm in charge of coordinating music for the festival tonight, so I wasn't able to bring my sweet dog Spirit with me. Aww. It makes me sad, but I'll see her soon. Anyways, there's a little something to help you remember tonight. Aoboshi Matsuri? Aww. Wait, I kinda know what that means. Aoboshi Matsuri. Hold up. Maybe not those words, not those syllables put together. Oh no, not close. No, that's not close. The festival of the blue stars. Matsuri is the only phrase that I'm most familiar with because Matsuri is festival. Every year I attend more or less a Matsuri. This is my favorite time of year. Man, this, Star Night really does remind me of Lunar Festival. And it's so soon. Well, it's not really that soon. I guess there's a little close to a month. What is the Lunar New Year of 2024? It is February 10th. So, about 18 days from now. The Lunar New Year. This is what this reminds me of. Like, you have takoyaki, little games. That looks like more takoyaki, but with oh, wait. Oh no, that is takoyaki right there. And then looks like plushies. Oh hey, it's Little Buds and what did they call themselves? Something No Time Barred or NRP or something? I don't remember. No Holds Barred. Yeah, No Holds Barred. NHB. They're gonna sing for us. Little Buds in the house. Let's get this party started. No, I can't really do anything like that. It's a scale. Nice. I'm good, thanks. This is Costco. You made it. I'm so happy to see you here. I bought many teas to share with folks tonight, but the most special of all, as you know, is our midnight tea. What's it like? Well, it tastes sweet, though there's no sugar. It will make you feel cozy and warm, as if you were at home. But the real reason it's so special is that after drinking it, you'll have the sweetest dreams you'll ever have. Care to try some? Although, I must warn you, once you drink it, you'll surely fall asleep. Do we wait? Wait, not yet. I feel like that's gonna advance the sequence. We need to see the rest. Oh, it's Sugar Baby's cousins. Long time no see, friends. It's a beautiful night, though its humidity is terrible for my powdered wig. Oh, Rupert. Oh, Rupert. What do you want? Well, hello to you too, Onion. Hey, can you get out of the way, please? Thanks. Oh, hey, this guy. Are you just eating cabbage from someone else's garden? Don't you judge me. Mr. Cabbage Man. Never change. Well, I finally got everything prepared in time. And these guys are about to have a pancake eating contest. We have Tony. That's not Christy, is it? And then we have, what's his name? Buffkiss. Oh, so that bear thinks he can beat me at eating pancakes? Well, ask him this. Did he ever eat so many pancakes that they had to carry him away in a stretcher? Because that was me the last 3 years. Olin D. Wait. Oh, this is Amber. Christy was colored pink, right? and bigger. Go, Grandpa! You can do it! Aww. Heckin' Tony. Does that tiny Lebo really think he can beat a bear in a pancake eating contest? I'm a bear! Oh, yes you are. You're a very grumpy one. Well, not so grumpy anymore. Less so grumpy. Hey, you guys! Glad you can make it. You've become such a big part of the village. It'd be weird not to see you here. What can I do for you? Wait, what are you doing? For the first time in ages, I'm taking a break, of course. Actually, I'll tell you guys what I'm really doing. I'm secretly studying the science behind festival games. The science behind games? Let's just say the chef decides to bring out a beanbag tossing game. Check this out. If you flatten the beanbag before you toss it, you have a greater chance of knocking more things over. It's nothing more than maximizing surface area. I've got this in the bag. Ba-da-dum-dum. Okay. The beanbag. Yeah, I got it. I got it, Jackie. Jackie is my spirit label. What's the best thing here? I would say the bread, except Panky is not baking it correctly. He isn't using the right ratio of flour to leavening agent, so the optimal bread height has not been achieved. But bread height aside, the bread is very good. Too good. Oh, Jackie. Jackie. What are we gonna do with you? Hey! Glad you guys could make it. Where's your husband? Wait, which one is Danielle's husband? Oh no, I don't remember Danielle's husband. He couldn't make it tonight. He's playing some dumb card game with one of his bear friends. Super Dragon Mage Wizard Warrior Wizards or something. Super Dragon Mage Wizard Warrior Wizards. Not quite on the head, right? I mean, you know, right on the nose, right? Not quite right on the nose, but good enough. Hey! Oh, yeah. Did you ever get a 5th cat? I got something even better, actually. Her name is Peach. Wait, that's it? Are you gonna sell me Peach? What's for sale? You're in luck. My plushies were selling like hotcakes, but... My hotcakes were selling like plushies? Thank you. As I was saying, I'm nearly sold out, but I have one very special plushie left. It's yours for the low price of 10 gold. Would you like to buy it? Yeah. Sorry. That's, you know, it's mandatory when you say yeah like that. Panky's doll? Alright. Cute. We got a doll of Panky as a label. Let's see what the chief is. Oh, there's Christy. And it was Amber and Amanda? No, it's not Amanda. I don't remember his other granddaughter. The chief is telling us about the blue star. Okay. Puffkiss is gonna eat everything, just you wait. Yeah, I'm sure he is. Oh, it is Amanda. Yeah, Amanda. The chief tells good stories with lots of exciting secrets and twists. But when I listen to his stories with my ma, she just can't help herself. If she hears the story before, she's always revealed the ending before the chief has a chance to get to that part. You see what I would do with that is I would probably subvert and add more to the story, right? Oh, this was the good part. You find out that the villain wasn't actually a bad guy at all. He was just her long-lost nephew in disguise this whole time. Ma, why are you always giving away the endings? Oh, I just wanted to make sure you understood because it's kind of complicated. But he hasn't even gotten to that part yet. Sorry. Aww. Honestly, I get it that people don't like their stories being spoiled and stuff, but I think it's super endearing when someone gets so caught up in the story that they're willing to spoil everything for you. That's just a different experience. Sure, I know. Hot take here, very hot take. Sure, if you meet a friend who's like super excited and they're just can't hold back and tell you all the things, it's a different experience. Think about it this way. Sure, you lost the satisfaction of experiencing the story yourself and all that and whatnot, but you can experience a lot of stories by yourself. When a friend is there with you or a family member is there with you who can't control the excitement and they're sharing the experience with you, it's something different. It is a different experience. So if you're really caught up with yourself and that you deflate yourself because your experience is more important than someone sharing their over-enthusiastic passion with you, then I would like to challenge that person to think about what type of experience is it if you saw the story and waited for the story to be experienced by yourself and you missed the chance of sharing that experience with the passion of that person. So here's a slight hot take, right? Slight hot take. There are two paths. You can choose to be spoiled, or you can choose not to be spoiled. I challenge someone to have an intellectual experiment on paper to ask themselves, what do they gain or lose or experience when you choose the path of being spoiled and not spoiled? Well, there was a time when I was younger that I really favor, right? As a young person, very selfish, right? But appropriately selfish about like choosing not to experience something as it's happening because I don't want to get spoiled because I'm behind or at my own pace. That's very fair. Nowadays, life has so many firsts though. There's so many times to experience stories for the first time and whatnot. When you choose to favor your own gains, right, your own experiences, you become more and more distant and you miss out on experiences shared by others. Those experiences are far less for someone who continues to favor their own experiences. So when you think about it and you're perfectly happy with experiencing things alone, you know, having your own unadulterated experience, you have to understand that when you accept that type of mindset, you are closing the doors on any spontaneous conditions that arises. And that's usually when you have people that love you and people that are around you a lot and they're very passionate, these occurrences will happen. And if you choose to habitually condition yourself to favor yourself to experience things alone, you will effectively eliminate those opportunities. If you're happy that's the way and you prefer it that way, that's awesome. If you're another individual, which I encounter quite a lot in this day and age, because internet, right? Internet, if you're not doing it with the internet, it's going to be very difficult not to get spoiled, right? I say this because I'm going to talk about this later. In 2 days, a game is going to come out and Lots of people will choose to play the game alone and all that stuff, right? It's a ever decision when it comes to modern society now. For me, whether someone spoils something to me means that they really love it and they chose me to share that experience with. It can never be the same as me experiencing alone, but it's also offering something that you can never experience alone. So choose your poison, quote unquote, choose your poison, but it's not the same. I really feel that it requires someone to tell people that they are different experiences. They are not comparable experiences. So oftentimes when I see people talk about, you know what, it kind of sucks. My friend already played this game and I couldn't share in their passion. They already moved on when I got to this game. It's because you choose to favor your own experiences. There are many ways to share the experience and still feel comfortable and not disappointed. When you start comparing apples and oranges, that's when it kind of gets a little bit rough. As long as it makes you happy, that's fantastic. If you're sad and wonder why people are always not on the same page as you have to ask yourself, are you making yourself available to be on the same page in the first place? So that's kind of the idea about why I find the interaction between Christina and Amanda very endearing. Christina is just really, really passionate, but she also cares about Amanda, but in a really weird way. And Amanda, as a kid, be like, oh yeah, you know, but as one grows older, all I can see is a parent that is overzealous of sharing their experiences with their child. When you're a child, you probably don't have that appreciation yet. So, another hot take is the more comfortable you are in valuing other people's compulsions around you, the more flexible and dynamic you are. So you can always make time for yourself, but you can never have control over things that occur, which are people around you, right? So if you're perfectly comfortable in being alone and being rigid and uncompromising, that's fair enough. It goes with the idea of feeling the fear and the ambivalence of taking away your first experiences. Well, there are experiences, first experiences with your friends, and then there are experiences with you alone. So for me, as a hot take, I will often, at the age of 36, I will often take the spoils and think that my experience alone is more important. Because I can make as many experiences alone because I have control over it. But when someone wants to spoil the heck out of a story that they love, possibly even more than I do because I didn't actually get to the game, right? And that's worth everything, in my opinion. Being someone who says, oh yeah, the reason why I'm saying this, and it's a big digression, is because this is what live streaming is. This is what content creation does as well. And for me, I love when people spoil things for me because it means I didn't get to something that's more important to someone else. You know, in an ideal world, you would be just as passionate as the other person, so you made time for it. So you both would experience it at the same time. That's a different experience. And then when you experience something when no one else is interested in anymore, that's a different experience too. Just a fun little digression about what that scene, those little two words, the interaction between Christina and Amanda reminds me of. It's different. It's a different experience. When someone is spoiling everything, they can't contain their excitement. It's electric. You can hear like their voice beaming and their eyes beaming with life. You can't get that if you keep favoring your own personal experience over other people. You'll more often be off the train than on a train, and you're more likely not getting on a train if you have no one around you who is going to be passionately sharing with you. You're going to have those people. The people around you are going to be those people like, oh, I'm sorry, like, I won't talk about it anymore. Like, I'm sorry if I can't talk with you until you actually, you know, do the things. Like, no, just talk with me. Spoil it for me. Like, tell me what is most exciting about that. I might not even get to it, but if you encourage me, I'll still experience it in some way. That's just to counter all the isolated, selfish identities that people prefer in their lifestyle. It's not bad or good. Just know that if you have that type of perspective and you're wondering why you're alone, right, most of the time, it's probably because you prefer it, hopefully. If you're not happy, then you don't prefer it, but you're using a mindset that makes you alone. Just some little deep cuts here and there. All right, let's talk to this chief. I hope you're enjoying the Star Night. Oh, you're not gonna tell me what the story is? Come on. All right. Yeah, this. All right, we're gonna clock out now. There you go. Are you sure? Oh, it does ask. Actually, Laura already wrote in a line to make sure, like, are you sure you want to advance the story? I'm quite serious when I say it will make you fall into a deep slumber. Fair enough. Sweet dreams. Flashbang. Sue? Oh, Sue's thing isn't over yet. Sue? You're here!
Once these walls were gray, but you made stars and skies and snowflakes. We found a rainbow everywhere. You made a place so we could hide away.
The snowman world?
And if you
Aww.
stay right by my
The cat and
side,
dog cafe.
we'll make it through the night.
The upside down tea house.
And you'll never have to feel alone again. So before it's time to leave, would you build a little world with me?
They went to all the planets together. One of them was celestial and one of them was flower. Right.
Once this room was cold,
The toy shop.
then I asked the sun to smile again. Our castle covered the expanse with all the patches, pillows we could hold. And if I stay right by your side, we'll make it
Lying on the
through
flower
the
bed,
night.
staring at the night sky.
I'll never have to feel
The forts.
alone again.
Made of
So
pillows and
before
blankets.
it's time to leave, would you build a little world with me?
Oh no. Don't. No. No.
If you stay right by my side, we'll make it through the night, and we'll never have to feel alone again. So before it's time to leave, would you build a little world with me? Now it's time for me to leave. I'm glad you built this little world with me.
Dang. That sucked. Okay. All right. Oh, sorry. I chuckle when I try to deal with grief, right? So that's kind of a habit of mine. Dang, that sucked. I was not aware of that. We're in uncharted territories now. That I didn't make it to the Star Night Festival 5 years ago because of like other things. So Sue didn't make it. Man, that was so beautiful though. That really the thought that came through my mind was it really reminded me of Freebird games, To the Moon and Finding Paradise. When their game was ending, that's also the same theme, where you go through a vignette. You go through a vignette and a montage of all the experiences that they like plan to do or maybe haven't done to find closure, right? And that was a rapid fire right there. That was a rapid fire closure. And it's such a brilliant, I think it was such a brilliant way to set it up too, because it rewarded you for finding all the marbles, and then all the marbles set up the vignettes. So you got to see all 5 of those marbles. I think there were 5. And then the marble soda, right? So the marble soda represented the very last thing. And really, the boy didn't get to give the marble and the marble soda to Sue. Dang. And that song was beautiful. It was incredibly beautiful. Build the little world. Well, guess now we're gonna find out what manifestation Yami is to the boy. Dang. That felt... Hold up. I need a drink. We gotta play all Freebird games again. Like, I have to play To the Moon and Finding Paradise and all of them all over again. So when Freebirds release their next game, all over again. It just reminded me of my experiences with those types of games. This isn't the first time, because we just less than a month ago we played What Remains of Edith Finch, and it hits, you know, it hits hard all the time. Okay. All right. They all leave eventually. Yummy. I know how you feel. I know what it feels like to have someone leave you. She didn't leave me. You make it sound like she left on purpose. But she didn't. Well, the people who leave me did have a choice. How do you know that? Because he had the chance to come home and he didn't. What if he stayed because people needed his help? Who could be more important than your own family? He left us alone. I'm sorry. I know how it feels to be alone. But if you can come with me, you'll never have to be alone again. Yami, come with me. I'll take care of you. Okay. I'll go. Oh. Oh boy. Uh-oh. Where's my son? Oh look, she's awake. Good morning, ma'am. I hope you slept well. Wasn't Star Night a blast? Thank you all, and yes, it was a very lovely event. I'm sorry, I'm just a bit distracted right now. Have any of you seen my son? Your son? Oh, that's right. You two are usually together, aren't you? Yes, but I just woke up and now he's gone. I have a terrible feeling about this. I have to find him. It's okay, ma'am. We'll help you however we can. What's going on? Someone is lost? Yes, her son's gone missing. Her son? You mean the child with the warrior's hat? That's him. She woke up and he was just gone. That's terrible. I know. I'm sorry, but I have to go now. Ma'am, I know you must be in a great hurry, but if I might make a suggestion. Here in Marizura's forest, we have a belief that when a loved one has gone missing, Hikaribana will lead you back to them. A Hikaribana? You mean the glowing flower? Yes. Do you know Winston? He was in town the other day and he mentioned keeping one in his tent. Winston lives out by the river. He might lend you his Hikaribana if you're unable to find your son. Oh, thank you very much. I'll go there right away. Yeah, the same one. Oh, and ma'am? Yes? The envoy are strong today, so please be careful. Thank you, I will be. Hopefully. Oh boy. Oh boy. Which way is... Okay. Well, hello there. It's been a while. Oh, Winston. I'm sorry to bother you, but I don't know who else to turn to right now. Oh no, what happened? When I woke up after Star Night, my son was gone. Something feels wrong. I don't know how to explain it. I just know he needs my help. The envoy. The labels at the inn told me what a Hikaribana could told me that a Hikaribana could lead me to him. Come with me. I think I might be able to help. The Ooh, wait. So all the stuff they did are gonna come together. Oh, that's so brilliant. Have you heard the story of the Hikaribana? A little bit. Where I came from, every year Luna flies lay their eggs inside these big flowers. When they hatch, the Luna flies make the whole flower glow and lift them up as they fly for the first time. But there's something else that's special about these flowers. If you've lost someone dear to you and you think deeply about what they mean to you, the light of the Hikuribana will glow and lead you to them. So this worked for Winston and also Costco, right? I don't know how Tony, I don't know if it filtered into Tony's story. I might have missed the subtlety. And then Sue lost someone too, right? But it wasn't directly related to the Hikuribana, so just the Winston and the Costco thing. Please, take this and find your son. Thank you. Come on, Mom. Oh, and one more thing. Yes? You should start where his presence was the strongest. The place he spent the most time recently. Perhaps where he spent the most time alone with his thoughts. Good luck. Thank you. That would be his hospital bed, right? Actually, yeah. So we just go back to the inn. Also, just as a slight teaser for the future, after Like a Dragon, I'm probably gonna play the game Omori. Is it Omori? I'm pretty sure it's Omori, which is without saying much, it's also a very is this type of game. Yeah. Oh, Omori. Omori. You should probably try heading back to the hospital. One of these doors has got to work. Yeah. Oh, whoops. I went the wrong way. I totally just walked by the village. My bad. I meant to go back to the inn. This one. It's locked? Oh. Okay. Uh. Okay. Maybe we're supposed to go through that door. Oh, maybe this one? Okay. Mom, I'm scared. What is an X-ray? And and when the work is done, we'll all get to go home. Here. Help. Okay. But don't you worry. We're a strong bunch. We're eating ramen together and singing fight songs. Who's saying that? Is it her? Hun, are you in there? Is someone calling me? just me. Just wanted to let you know that I gotta head in early today. Katsuya called in sick, so they need an extra hand on the floor. Oh, that's too bad. Well, your lunch is all ready. I just gotta grab it from the kitchen. Oh, I can grab it on the way out. You two gonna be okay picking up Grandma from the station? I think we should be fine. I'll let you know if we run into any trouble. I just gotta take care of some things around the house before we head out. Alrighty, I'll see you later then. I love you. I love you too. Now where did I put that to-do list? It's gotta be around here somewhere. Newspaper. A newspaper open to an article about nuclear power reactor facilities. No. No. Why does that feel so foreboding? Why does that feel... So the husband must work at a nuclear reactor? Oh no. So there is a little bit of a hint. I really think there was an inspiration from the Fukushima disaster, right? From the tsunami, right? That hit Cosmo. I feel there's like little elements of that in this game because we already had like a bit of a hint of a disaster when we were talking about Winston and Gemma, right? So I feel like I'm getting notes of that again. Oh, there's some little knickknacks everywhere. There's nothing on at this hour. Basket of juicy red apples. Oh, here's a to-do list. 1. Find work papers. Start the laundry, water the plant. Turn on the rice cooker. Turn on rice cooker. Ah, here it is. Time to get to work. Tissue. A fresh pot of green tea. Very nice. This place looks great. No, that's cute. This is the bedroom. 3 futons. Wait. Hold the phone. 3 futons? Okay. An assortment of old books. A children's calendar with a picture of an elephant on it. Drawers. There are a variety of clean handkerchiefs inside, arranged according to color. You find a folder filled with accounting forms and official papers. Oh, or work papers. Okay. There are 3 futons. So ideally, right, it's the mom and dad. We're gonna go with blue being the boy. So who the heck is this? Wait. Hold up. Hold up. Big brain moment. I'm not sure if it's like that deep, but we'll see. So, what if Winston is the father, who's Korean, who's also foreign exchange, who met the mother, who you're playing now, who's a Japanese person, right? No, it can't be all of them at once. Because then how would you do like Kisaburo and Costco? At first I was thinking, what if all the representations that you have is the boy, right? So Sue is the sister, but then you have two couples, and then you have Tony. So like Tony, but then Benny is, it's probably not, but I was trying really hard to make it more like everyone is just a facsimile of the boy. That would be a little big brained, but we'll see. Maybe the elements are similar. That'd be crazy if somehow at the end of the game they just tie it all, so the hospital itself was just it probably isn't, so that'd be really big brain though. Okay. Laundry. It's fun making it super deep. I always like going super deep. I guess I can still water the plants with the bucket. Here's the laundry. Wait, I didn't put any clothes in there. What's in here? Toilet? Sure. Can I turn it off? No, it's on. It's on permanently. Forever. Oh! Wait, we can water the bonsai. Okay. Looks scrumptious. Oh, the rice cooker. Gotta turn on the rice cooker. Hang on, let me fill up the bucket again. It's all about filling up the bucket. Rice cooker, check. I think that's it. Do we go back to the room? Okay. Hello? Hello, ma'am. I'm calling from Sakuramichi Elementary with an urgent message about your son. My son, is everything okay? He's okay right now. He's resting here at the nurse's office for the time being, but you're gonna have to come and pick him up. My goodness, what happened? His teacher said that he passed out during class. He's also complained of a severe headache and nausea right before. I'm sure it's just a flu or something like that. I'm leaving right now. I'll be there as soon as I can. Thank you, ma'am. Okay. We'll be taking your son to radiology to do a few x-rays. It won't take too long. Mom, I'm scared. It's alright, honey. I've had many x-rays before and it doesn't hurt at all. This way, ma'am. What is an x-ray? Well, do you remember that one episode of Nikopon Man when his friend gets eaten? Yeah? Do you remember what Nikopon Man did to save the day? He used X-ray goggles to see inside the giant's tummy. He could see that his friend was in there. So he tricked the giant into drinking so much soda that he burped his friend out. Yep. The doctor is gonna use a X-ray to look inside your tummy to see what's going on in there. Make sure everything is okay. Does that mean I get to drink soda? We'll talk about that later. Aw. No hat. The drawer is filled with plain white printer paper and crayons. Okay. Can I... Treatment guide. Patient 237. Pimetrix disodium, 800 milligrams once. Carboplatin. I don't actually know. Hold up. I don't actually know what those things do. The music though. Pimetrix disodium. Approved to be used alone with other drugs to treat malignant pleural mesothelioma. Oh no. What about carbo? Yeah, it's a chemotherapy drug. Well, the boy has cancer. Or something terminal, obviously. Mom? I had another bad dream. Everyone's gonna look at me funny. I don't want people to stare at me. Oh, sweetie. You know, I just remembered something really important. Something your father and I have been meaning to teach you. Oh, what is it? Well, what if I told you that with just a piece of paper, you can make a very special piece of armor? Really? Oh yes, a helmet in fact. A helmet that looks like the helmet samurai used to wear in battle. Wow. Will you teach me, Mom? Please? Of course. And lucky for you, I found some paper right in our room. Let's get to work. Yeah. Low-key, I kind of want to make one of those hats and wear them. Mom, it's so cool. You look great. Like a real samurai. Thank you, Mom. Can I interact with the vending machine? Green tea? Huh, I've been craving this all day. Huh. I could have sworn I felt something. Oh my gosh. I have to find my son. Oh no, this is the disaster. Right? The thing that they were hinting at. Oh, this is the, yeah, this is when all that, like, all the reports and stuff came in. Can't go back in there. Everything's collapsed. I kind of want to talk to everyone. Lady, what are you doing? Get yourself out of here. I have to find my son. Wait. Can I enter other buildings? No. No. Oh, okay. All right. We're just going to go south. We can't run, can we? No, we can't. It feels like it's just a south door. Mom, what's happening? Hold tight, dear. I'm almost there. I'm so scared. No. Everything's gonna be all right. Oh. I think this is the past, right? Yeah, the flashback. Mom, did you see outside? There's water everywhere. I know, dear. That's why we all have to stay indoors right now. Will we have to swim everywhere? The water will eventually return to normal, so no. What about Dad? How's he gonna get back from work? You don't need to worry about that. When it's Dad's time to come home, the plant has arranged for special transportation. Why, they have all sorts of people helping out. The firemen, the police, even folks who have boats. I miss him. Me too, dear. But we're gonna see him soon enough. I was just thinking... Would you like a snack? Are you hungry at all? Would you like me to grab you something from the cafeteria? Thanks, Mom, but... I'm not really hungry at all. Do you want to draw? Would you like to draw some pictures? We could draw dinosaurs from the latest episode of Nikopan-man. No, that's okay. Oh! Did I ever tell you about my friend from Fiji? No. Well, from what I've heard, in Fiji, there's so much water that they do swim everywhere. To their friends' houses, to the park, even to school. They just hop in the water and go. Won't their books get wet? I think everything they need is just kept at the school. Which is pretty important if you think about it. I mean, you want a good education. You don't want it to be watered down. Eh? Eh? Mom. Mom jokes. Priceless. 12 out of 10 mom joke. Hello? Hi, honey. It's me. Dad! Oh, honey, I'm so happy to hear from you. We all miss you so much. I miss you too. I've been thinking about I've been thinking about all of you. Okay, so the dad didn't. Just gonna be real. I was really worried that they already lost their dad. Like the boy already lost his dad. I don't do this. Don't. Okay. Is everything all right? Dad? Our team is going to have to stay at the plant a bit longer. Dear? But don't you worry. We're a strong bunch. We're eating ramen together and singing fight songs. We'll pull together and protect our town. Oh no. And when the work is done, we'll all get to go home. I love you so very much. I love you too. Dad? They're calling us back now. Take care of them for me. Dad! Them? A clipping from a newspaper article has been fixed to a bulletin board. March 18th. There would be grounds to suspect that many workers were not really aware of the dangers of their assignment. However, according to Prime Minister Naito Kan, the workers were prepared for death. Yep, it deals with the Fukushima disaster. That was a nuclear power plant, right? It had a meltdown. The vending machines are all empty. I wonder if they let us take the sample drinks out of the display. We're so lucky to be this high up. People are saying the water washed away all the food and medicine from the ground floor. I think it's nice how they've been using the bulletin board for those articles about your husband and all the other workers. I don't have much. I just wanted to say that if you ever need anything, please let me know. He's almost finished for the day. Why don't you check back in a little bit? I'm sure he'd love a visit from you. It's a great and noble thing what your husband and those other workers did. They truly are heroes and will always be remembered. I just can't imagine what it must have been like for those workers. I mean, our hospital's been hit pretty hard by all this. I still feel like it's nothing compared to what they went through. Your husband's a real hero. Staying behind like that to take care of the power plant. It's probably best to keep clear of this area. The floor is starting to cave in from all the water damage. clipping from a newspaper article has been fixed to the bulletin board. The following day, given that long-term effects of exposure to high levels of ionizing radiation would be more likely to appear before a natural death in older workers, some of the younger workers were given the option to leave. However, a strong sense of loyalty to their co-workers and communities prevented them from leaving the ill-fated nuclear power plant. Yeah, I had no idea that this was going to play into It was 2011, man. Dang. It's been over 12 years since the Fukushima nuclear disaster. Which, by the way, just to might as well throw it out there. The beginning of 2024, just worth saying, I guess it's a coincidence, but Japan has not have a great start to 2024. A huge earthquake hit Japan, or earthquake slash tsunami, like tsunami, right? So it kind of sucks. It really does suck right now. Like echoing that, it's all a coincidence, but I just happened to. That's what happened in 2024. Just kind of sucks to be living in a place that just coincidentally get ravaged by like earthquakes slash related tsunami events, right? Wow, that hits so differently. Can I walk? No. Maybe I can visit him now? He's almost finished for the day? Why don't you check back in a little bit? Okay. Oh, here's another bulletin board, actually. The third day. The nuclear power plant was damaged, but the heroic efforts and improvisation of its operators resulted in the successful shutdown of all 4 operating reactors. Maybe now I can? Your son's all finished for the day and is resting in the recovery room. Would you like to visit him now? So, just as like a fourth wall break here, just for a moment. So, the Fukushima nuclear reactor meltdown happened in 2011, right? And that kind of lines up with To the Moon being released in 2011. And that's also one of Laura's earlier projects when she was making songs for a song for To the Moon 2011. So it kind of gives you a time frame of maybe where all of this inspiration started coming in when she was writing this game. Because this game was then released in 2017. So it's been quite a gap between 2011 and 2017. But yeah, this is a story that is I've probably watched at least or experienced at least 3 or 4 things across my life in the last decade involving what happened in Japan back in 2011. And it's so devastating that, I mean, I can't ever experience that really, you know, like empathize with it firsthand. But man, things like that, just all sorts of bad feelings. However, out of that came a lot of great things too. So that's how you kind of overcome or try to persevere out of these types of disasters, right? It was kind of very uplifting the many years that happened, the many years following the disaster. Actually, just as a little personal take on this, I followed a bunch of. I really like the Japanese culture, so I experience a lot of the people that I enjoy content from, like music, art, and stuff. Many of them also had their spins on trying to lift Japanese spirit in post disaster. And one of them was a lot of the bands that I'm aware of, and the songs were incredibly beautiful. They were uplifting. I mean, you could even say that a game like this was spawned from such disasters, right? So, while it's a really, really heavy silver lining to disasters, the human spirit is incredible. It's absolutely incredible. So, I guess we're gonna find out the very last stuff, right? This song is killing me. I'm sorry. Again, I laugh. I laugh to when things get really, really tough. He's right up ahead. He's been asking about you all afternoon. Hi, sweetie. I'm here now. Mom, is that you? Yes, dear. How are you feeling? I'm okay. I feel like I'm moving. Like we're in a car. Are we in a car? No, dear. Oh, okay. How are you? I'm feeling alright. I talked to some nice people today. I got to eat some noodles. Noodles. Yes, dear. Noodles. Mom? Did I dream what happened to Dad? I'm sorry, dear. That wasn't a dream. That's what I thought. But I want you to know that no matter what, I will always be there for you. But, Mom, who's gonna be there for you? Mommy, where are you? I'm so scared. I might never get to leave. I'm too weak and too sick. How could I ever help anyone with anything? Go to sleep. I know what it feels like to have someone leave you. The person who left me did have a choice. He had the choice to come home, and he didn't. Why didn't you come home? Go to sleep. Wait, is Yami the other... Oh, that just made sense to me. Who could be more important than your own family? He left us alone. But now I'm gonna leave her too. I'm not ready. I don't want to leave. My baby, can you hear me? Go to sleep. When you're asleep, you don't feel lonely. It's okay, sweetie. I'm right here. You're not alone at all. When you're asleep, you don't feel afraid. It's okay to be afraid. It's okay to feel that way. I'm really, really scared. My dear, I don't want you to worry. Everything's gonna be okay. How can you say that? It's not okay. I'm not okay. I can hear what the doctors say about me. I know I'm all messed up inside. Sweetie, remember what I told you before? You're in good hands. Your doctor is one of the best doctors in the whole world. The hospital is giving you treatments that have helped many other children get 100% better. You're not weak. You're the strongest boy I know. You're my little hero. I'm too weak and too sick to ever help anyone. I'm no hero. They say Dad was a hero, but why did he leave us? Did he not love us? Oh, sweetie, your dad loved you so very much. If he loved us, then why didn't he come home? They gave him the chance to leave the power plant, but he didn't take it. I know in my heart that your dad believed this was the best way to protect us. Who's gonna be there for you? When Dad died, I really wanted to help you, but if I die, if I can't get stronger, I can't even do that. Sweetie, you're not gonna die. The doctors are doing everything they can to help you get better. Your latest test shows so much improvement. I know it's tough, but we gotta try to stay positive. We're gonna get through this together. But what if I do die? That's not gonna happen. Just getting closer and closer. I really like that little detail. But what if it does happen? It's not gonna happen. I'm sorry, Mom. I don't think I can believe anymore.
Close your eyes. It is time for you to tell the world good night. It might be dark inside, but there are still stars shining.
Gemma. Tony. Isaburo. Sue. Are they gonna sing together? Come on, do it.
Close your eyes. It is time for you to tell the world goodnight. It might be dark inside, but there are still stars shining in the sky. Close your eyes. I am here, and everything will be alright. I am right here by your side as we go walking through the night.
Please, please don't leave me. I'm all alone. I'm all alone and I'm so afraid. Yami. Yami, it's okay. You're not alone. I'm not gonna leave you. You're not? No, I'm not. It's okay. We're in this together. You're a part of me, and I'm a part of you. From the very beginning until the very end. Okay? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. I love you, Mom. I love you too. It's been a long day, huh? The longest day of my life. We're almost there, sweetie. We're almost there. Come on, let's go find Marizura and get you that wish. Thank you, Mom. Thank you. Are you ready to visit Marizura? If you need to talk to anyone or finish anything, it's probably best to do it before we see him. Hold up. Wait. We gotta see if we missed anything. I think I was pretty good at... I didn't collect all the pieces yet. Wait. Actually, I just realized I need to use all the pieces, right? Hold up. Oh yeah, there's a lot of stuff. Wait. Hang on. Let's go back to the before we see the finale. Wow. I really love that song, man. I love the trills in the song. So good. Hang on. I want to go back to the lounge first. Sorry, I know. Immersion break. I'm sure it's a really happy ending. Let's go see the lounge area first. Dang. Let's tug at all the heartstrings. There's the frog. The plushie to the right. He said, right next to the cake. There's the fish. All the way to the top left. Paired up the bean bags. Where's the bird at? Wait. Oh, the bird's on the table. Kind of looks like an owl. Lighthouse. Dancing in a lighthouse poster. I'm curious if the lighthouse thing is a reference. Because to the moon, the lighthouse is incredibly important into the moon. Although the lighthouse could be symbolic too. Or like guiding a lost person, right? A Pikachu! Oh yeah, that's true. The cat. What was the cat's name? Ogie. Fun wall sticker. Wait. Which one is the fun wall sticker? The balloons? Onion air freshener. Oh, the onion air freshener was just for the lounge, I see. Right there, right underneath the balloons. The Golem Chow doll. Oh, okay. It's filling out the table. The glow lamp. Wallstrom lights. Nice. Wait, where's the model airplane scene? I am having problems seeing where that is. Okay. No idea. And then we gotta add the CDs. The Tiny Planets. The Spirit Envoy. And Aoboshi Matsuri? Is that it? That's everything. You know, let's listen to the other songs. Tiny Planets. Oh, it's this one. Okay. The Spirit Envoy? Okay. We heard Little Bud's remix. It's pretty jammin', actually. The Keepers? Oh, we heard this. Right. And the festival. The Matsuri. Okay. Oh, it stays on that. Okay. So let's do the keepers. Real quick. I gotta go to a bathroom break because we're gonna have some candid conclusion segment. I'll be right back to see the ending. All right. Here we go. Wait. So then who does this room belong to? Oh. Oh wait, we did exit out of this room. So no one was in this room. Okay. We went through here, right? Oops. I'm kind of curious. I'm not quite sure. One thing that eludes me is the symbol, like Rakuen's symbol. I'm curious what the significance of the symbol is. I mean, it kind of has that angelic thing, but I'm curious if there's a even deeper meaning. All right. It's time to make the wish. Kind of has a deep cut about the Make-A-Wish Foundation and stuff like that. That's kind of a deep cut into my motivations about science and how it intersects with medicine. I'll talk about it in a little bit. Let's go. I'm sure. Okay, sweetie. Let's go. This track is so good. So, you're the one who woke me. Yes. I've heard the things that are too quiet for the ears. I listened to their fears, and I learned what they longed for. I learned their hopes and their dreams, and I wanted those things for them. I really, really wanted those things for them. Then you have completed the challenges of the forest, and I will grant you one wish. So tell me, young one, what is it that you wish for? My wish? Yes. What is your wish, my child? I wish for a ride on your magical boat. I want to sail to Rakuen. Very well, then. Your wish is granted. Laura pulled a Lord of the Rings. Low-key, I kind of felt the same way when Bilbo got on that boat. It's been a very long journey. You did great. Oh, Mom. Oh, Mom. You're my brave little warrior. The reason I go on. No matter what, I'll never ever stop loving you. Never forget that, okay? And promise me you'll keep being brave. Keep shining your light. Mom, I want you to know your kind heart and your gentle spirit. Those are such special gifts. Mom, I'm gonna miss you so much. I'm gonna miss you so very much, my baby. Mom. Yes, dear? You're my hero. Promise me you'll be strong for me? I promise. Dang. I love you, Mom. I love you. Dang. That hits so hard when he took off the hat. Oh, we get to see Laura's there's the artist.
We took off both our slippers
And that was Matt. So that building was filled with the devs.
Then we swam beneath
Yeah.
the bridge.
The two collaborators.
We met a man who sold us what we needed. He gave us directions, and we swim, and we fall. Hold my hand through it all.
Bufkus.
If we jump into the water,
Oh, there's Steven.
we swim,
So we found a Steven.
drown.
Steven was in the game.
Build a set of wings, then could we fly or just fall down? And if you keep talking to me
No.
through this darkness, through this night, I'll be alright.
So I think there were 5 people.
Though we were without a
Oh,
map,
and then there's some other script writers.
without a destination, we knew where we were going. We put feathers on our backs and climbed so we could see all that below us
Let's go.
before we let go. And we fly, and we fall. Hold my hand
Aww.
through it all. If we jump into the water, would we swim or would we drown? If we
No holds barred.
wings, then could we fly or just fall down?
Some engine
And
stuff.
if you keep talking to me through this darkness, through this night, I'll be
Oh, there are the guest composers.
alright. I'll be alright. Be alright. Da 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 da.
No, the lounge.
Would you hold me so I'd never be afraid?
Coda made it out?
As the sky falls down around us now, if you tell me
Oh, there are the other
everything will be
people who
okay,
sung. For like Tony and
I'll
Co.
believe you. You don't have to tell me how. If we jump into the water, would we swim or would we drown? If we build a set of wings, then could we fly or just fall down? And if you keep talking to me through this darkness, through this night, I'll be alright.
We didn't ever get to see, I'm guessing the brother? But man. Yeah. Because the father said take care of them, right? So that must be the brother in the bed, the other bed. Dang. Alright. I know what song we're gonna try to find. Give me a sec. Alright, I'm gonna mute this for a sec. Gotta find... Where is it? Hopefully, this is gonna check out. Is it this one? No. I really like the... Wait. Hang on. Well, you know, we'll use this one because I like this one. Let's try not to be too down, right? Okay, so let's close this for a sec. All right, we're gonna use this background. All right, you know what time it is, right? We've concluded Rakuen. Yep. Worked out. And then let's get to some candid conclusions about the game, right? Okay. Let's plop this on here. Give me a sec. All right. So, it's that time again. We reached the end of yet another game. We reached the end of Rakuen today. And this is where we do our segment that I generally have been referring to as closing remarks. And now we're rebranding, right? So this is going to be a segment called Candid Conclusions. Right? Candid Conclusions. And what I usually do in Candid Conclusions is I typically talk about two contrasting target audience. Or really two target and non-target audience. Right, some perspectives on them in relation to the game, right? To the game. Then I share some of my personal takes. So highlight some personal takes. So while we're considering these two types of things right here, the target audience and a non-target audience, in this case, we're going to say the two perspectives that I want to contrast for evaluating Rakuen is story lovers versus mechanical. These are going to be the two contrasting. And then some of my personal takes revolving around story lovers and mechanical. Right. And then we end with maybe some lightning rounds. So lightning round is everything else that is worth mention that requires a lot more explanation, but in the interest of time. So other things that the game I want to highlight about the game. And then lastly, the rating portion, which is not what most people think. Rating portion is just to give a little summary, you know, apply a number because that's kind of a thing people enjoy. And usually it comes with 3 numbers and a disclaimer. So this portion, the candid conclusions usually involve this. So to frame what I'm going to conclude my remarks about this game, we start with the story lover, and then mechanical. And of course, this is more on a spectrum, right? Like you can most definitely be a mechanical audience and a story lover at the same time. However, we're talking about in which way where there's people who are primarily mechanical and primarily story lovers. So these are 2 groups that have a distinct bias, right? And that's where we're gonna frame our stuff. So obviously, unapologetically, this game is targeted towards the story lover. So what does a primary story lover look like? Well, first we have to distinguish. There is this level of distinguishing the story lovers. There's the age-old Western and Eastern. This is not so much true anymore through the collaboration between West and East often now, but traditionally anyone who's inspired Easternly typically has a scripted story versus my story, right? A lot of times this is like the whole choice matters, me avatar kind of thing. And then Eastern tends to be scripted stories, like this game. So just to clarify that this is a very Easternly inspired way of storytelling. And you're looking at scripted stories. And the idea is there's a lot of trade-offs. We talk about this quite a bit in other games, right? Other story-driven games. There's a really big distinctive contrast between the philosophies between West and East. And in the current modern age, there is a bunch of blending. But generally speaking, when you're talking about story lovers, you can still in gaming, right? Story lovers in gaming, there's still this big dichotomy between a Western audience and an Eastern audience. And oftentimes Western audience deal with choice matters, me avatar, this is my story. So it comes with like character customization, right? Character is me, as opposed to, so this comes in at this interface called the RPG, the role-playing, right? And oftentimes Westerns favor role-playing yourself as the main character. And then this role-playing, which is traditional of JRPGs, very strongly emphasized in East, like a future game I'm going to play, Like a Dragon, you're playing a scripted role. And oftentimes there's been this like kind of back and forth, like this there are trade-offs. You get ownership, right? Ownership and sentimentalism through projection. So psychological projection. You get attached to the character because you're projecting some of yourself into the character, right? In contrast, Eastern is through the requirements of empathy, right? So it's empathic for a really big majority. So you get sentimentalism through relating, and it's a reliant on resonance. So just to clarify, so we're gonna drop this out. So it's to offer the target audience. Now, this game is targeted towards story lovers. However, if you're in this side of the thing, if this describes to you, it's not for you. You can still like it's still targeted towards story lovers. So if you like stories, there's still a good chance. I would say if you're an Eastern story lover, like say Japanese anime, right? Eastern cinema, anything from like JRPGs, right? That includes things like Chrono Trigger. Shoutouts to Square Enix, right? Because there are a lot of inherent overlap. Then you're in the right place. This is like 99.9%. This game is pandering to this type of story lover. On the Western side, if you're saying like, oh, I like Choice Matters, I like BioWare stuff, like Baldur's Gate, you know, D&D, right? D&D, Baldur's Gate is D&D. Like Lord of the Rings. I mean, I even mentioned some because this story is inspired off Western fantasy. So there are a lot of notes of Western fantasy, like Western high fantasy. You can probably pick them out here and there. There, I would say this is going to be like a 50-50. It's kind of a coin flip. So even then, if you're a story lover in general, like both Western and Eastern, you can probably like this game quite a bit. If you're into the Western culture and into Western type of game development story, almost 99.9%. Even if you saw me play it and all that, 3 years later, play this game. 6 years later, play this game. And you don't even have to play it the same way all the time or comprehensively. It's timeless. So the reason why I say this is generally for story lovers. So stories, and this is a bit of a trade-off between these two, actually. Western stories tend to be timeless, more uncontrolled than Eastern stories, and then Western stories, because this Western story type is dependent on the person. So this, if you like stories, right? If you're a story lover and you're playing a game that has a Western design, it is dependent on yourself to find the engagement, to find the novelty in it. So when you play a game like I don't know, create a character game like a Souls game. I use Souls games quite a bit because there's a projection of the Souls, but it's also mechanical. But just say like a game where you create a character. The experience, like let's just say like Elder Scrolls, right? Elder Scrolls. That revisiting a game is dependent on the dynamics of the person. So if you feel like you've changed, then your experience of these games, these stories, will change. because you will play them differently. You will make different decisions, and it will become a different take on yourself. So in a way, that can be timeless, right? So there are different elements of timeless, but this is usually a controlled timeless. So people tend to come back to these types of games after a quote-unquote self-determined significant change in their life, and then it is projected into the game. That this game isn't going to offer that. So even if you watch someone play the game and you play the game, it's not in that way. How this game is timeless is that your experience will extract different things from the uncontrolled elements. So like the way you empathize, I guess you can make an argument. It is also dependent on yourself. But what happens is your decisions don't shape the game anymore. It's how the game shapes you, right? Games like these are timeless because their stories will mean something different to you based on your experience. So as your experience goes on, your empathy changes for the story. Like for me, like imagine if this game existed before someone was aware of the Fukushima natural disaster. Like for example, it's 2024 now, right? Say in another 4 years, there will be generations of people who will naturally come across this game. I'm saying like 16 to 17 year olds, but at some point, Gen Alpha is around 13 now, like 12 to 13 at the earliest. So when a person picks up this game, a kid picks up this game and looks at it, it's like, what is it? The significance will be different because they might not even be aware of the experiences I have, which I was and I'm very cognizant of natural disasters in my lifetime. Like, I heavily focus on people's grief and like things that impact people around the world. That's kind of my jam, right? Like I am very hyper focused. So I empathize with this incredibly differently than someone else. Someone could see Tony's situation, right? Where they're maybe 60 plus, they're much older than I am, and then they've gone through like that type of thing. So there are a lot of things in this game that stays static. It's not you shaping the experience. You're not projecting your experience, but the story is uncontrolled. The story will elicit a different type of empathy from you. And that's the type of game we're talking about. So if you want to be taken away and being breathed new meaning to your experiences, this is the type of game that is trying to portray. Like that's the strength of this game. So if you lived a long time, the longer you live, the more you're going to gather from this story. It's not as timeless when you have a choose your own adventure game, because those games are dependent if you feel like your life has encountered a dynamic change. So what I'm saying here is it's not the same. So while this can promote self-awareness, perhaps an experience like this, like a truly phenomenal Western choose your game, it can promote some self-awareness, and self-awareness can be considered profound in a manner to speak, right? However, this is profound all the time, most of the time. That's the trade-off, right? Because to find resonance, to appreciate it, you would have to find it to be profound about some of your experience. Otherwise, the game would fail on its execution. What also, let's throw in let's do a little bit of a lightning round. Some mechanical stuff. This stuff, stories are general. Stories on this side are very specific. Because if you think about it, you're trying to create a framework that someone can inject their own identity into it. So when you think about stories and narratives and sub-stories, they tend to be a little bit more general and left up to the imagination of the person playing. So oftentimes this means it's a de-emphasis on details and more about general concepts. So like, oh, this is a bad decision, this is a good decision. That's usually the case, right? And it also feeds into mechanical play, which we'll go into how this relates. Most Western style storytelling actually works very well as a setting for primary mechanical players or mechanical target audience people. But this is very specific. So what the specificity also means, there's a higher chance, right? Higher chance it doesn't resonate. So what does that mean? Doesn't resonate. So how do you minimize this? Well, typically then, if you think about these games deal with things everyone experiences, or at least in some way or shape, the game has an experience that if you're a person who wants to empathize with something, it has to have a subject matter that everyone resonates with, or some time in their life, be it painful, be it glee, be it happy. So in this case, just as a warning to the target audience, right? This game is about grief. It's about grief. It's about loss, unclosure, meaning of life, right? And I'm gonna tell you that an Eastern style game with its storytelling, these are non-negotiable. They are almost like 99.9% of the time. These are very reliable stories to tell, right? Finding hope, grief, loss, closure, meaning of life, overcoming adversity. So if you like this game, there are a lot of these games. So it's not a coincidence that Rakuen ends up picking these type of things. We're going to play more of these games because in general, Eastern style role-playing games deal with this. Shout outs to like any Final Fantasy game. If you just look at any Final Fantasy game, there's no choice matters or anything like that. Like, you're playing a role and they go through at least some form of grief, loss, closure. And on the flip side, you have hope, right? Hope, friendship, posterity, right? Legacy, slice of life beats, right? You know, shenanigans. Shenanigans is what I call what I usually refer to as the humanizing part. So while you're going out to save the world, you have, you know, all these ambitions and stuff. So this game balances that. Why did I mention Final Fantasy? It's because this game is steeped in Western fantasy, right? The whole idea of being whisked off to Morizura's cave, all the RPG stuff, these are coupled together often. And this is the traditional, classical, Eastern heavy or classically Eastern heavy storytelling elements. So that's why I want to highlight about this game, because this game's core is the storytelling. So for an audience, in a candid conclusion, just a hot take, if you love Eastern games, Eastern storytelling games, you want to sit here and be taken for a ride and extract and feel like you try to connect with someone else's stories, this is a game for you. If you're there wondering like, well, I mean, I'm a only child, how could I possibly even understand losing a sibling? Not for you. Maybe less so. But it's a 50-50 chance. Sit here. If you say you love stories, give it a chance. You might play it now, and you might not resonate with them, but 3 years down the line, 5 years down the line, 6, 10 years, you'll remember this game. You'll come up sometime. Because most of these games deal with almost universal human condition stuff. I use this phrase all the time. Human condition is my blanket phrase for inevitability. If you are human, you will inevitably encounter these things. And no matter who you are, you're going to encounter grief, loss, closure, a need for finding meaning in your life. You're going to encounter adversity, a need for hope. You're going to encounter elements of friendship, thinking about the future generation, which is posterity, thinking about your past, your legacy, and then how to live in the present, which are the slice of life and the humanizing bits, right? So that's kind of the idea. You still, even if you want a Western, like a Western RPG game where you choose and project your current self into the game, that's not one of those types of games. However, there is a 50-50 shot that if any of those strings, those little tug at heartstrings, it's worth the experience, I would say. I would encourage story lovers to sample both Western and Eastern RPGs. Nowadays, it's a mix of Western and Eastern RPGs. So there's some choice matters, some scripted events. A lot of times, how this is blended is that you can have a game where the supporting characters have their Eastern style stories, and then the main character you're playing can be shaped dramatically by how their outcome is. So it's kind of a blend of the two. A great example would be like Baldur's Gate 3 has a bit of that. And it's largely due to like the difficulty, right? Like if you want to have an ideal game, it would be a writer who is able to write in infinite permutation of specific stories. And then when you go down through those stories, they map out an incredibly detailed story. But generally speaking, that's more like time. It takes a lot of time in production. And when you're listening and playing an Eastern game, an Eastern storytelling game, you're really also getting a lens into the person. So in this case, it's Laura, right? It's Laura and co. Because I did notice that there were people who contributed to the script, right? So it's her experience. So this is more along the lines of, here's the painting. Tell me how this painting makes you feel. Not, I painted this. What do you think? Or how do you feel after painting the the picture? So it's not an artist drawing a picture. It's someone drawing something and letting you see it. Kind of deal. And these games are timeless in the sense that they usually involve stories that are about the human condition. So at some point, if you live long enough, and I really do wish that people have the full spectrum of their lives to live out, right? You will encounter many of the subject matters in this game. If you haven't, it's good and a bad thing, right? It's good, meaning that you probably haven't experienced the hardships that are inevitable in the human condition. However, it is also a bad thing, possibly, because you still have those events to come, right? And games like these can be prophylactic, as in what I mean is, why do I enjoy... I love these games, by the way. I love human condition games. I don't know if that's what the developers interpret that. They might say it in a different way, but for me, I call them human condition games because they're stories that are involving in every human being's life. So it can be very informative and educational. To someone that is very passionate, that might not be their original goal. But for me, that's why I love them, right? They can educate. And they can be protective for inexperience. So what do I mean by education and productive? Educate meaning it can create empathy where there isn't empathy yet. Or it can produce a vicarious experience that allows one to be more sensitive or being able to connect with other people without having to experience it. It can be protective because the time when these things happen, you've been exposed to it. You know, we're not talking about whether it ends up being useful or not to that any particular person. Is it has the potential to be productive and educating. Educational. That was the word I was looking for. Educational to an experienced person. Right? And for me, that's what makes this game brilliant, or these games incredibly brilliant. Like, I don't wish hardship on people, right? However, it would be very naive to think that things that are part of the human condition is somehow you can avoid those things, right? And a lot of this game deals with tragedy, deals with being unfortunate, but also being hopeful in the times of adversity, right? Pretty much everyone contributes to that. It's like an exploration of, I'm gonna say 4/5, right? So we have the 5 series, right? Winston, Tony, Kisaburo, Sue, and the boy, right? These are 5 angles that were brought together in a core theme of hope, closure, reconciliation. All the stuff that we listed here. Now, this isn't the first one. Like, I'll throw out a slight shout out. This type of perspective was also done in Spiritfarer. However, Spiritfarer had a bigger group, so they had a mechanical component as well. Outside of like interacting, right? Just interacting stuff. So Spiritfarer, as the name suggests, also deal with passage, as in, you know, being able to overcome grief, finding closure. You were the Spiritfarer. This game really tugs at Spiritfarer. What Edith Finch, right? Edith Finch did the same thing, only it's the micro. So in Finch, it was about one family, and each of the family members represented a different microcosm of tragedy. And those games kind of, you know, give you a lens into something you may not experience. Hopefully you don't experience all the tragedies, right? I really hope it would be great if you can just completely circumvent them. But these are timeless stories. And I absolutely love them. Okay, so enough about that. That is the central plug here. That's if any of that was interesting, like tackle your inner human conditions dealing with how do people find solace and closure when life just sucks a lot of times. This is a game. This is kind of that. It's very strong. So the people who are like used to Western RPGs, it's typically a win-all situation a lot of times, or win most situations. And in this case, right, in this game, it's an Eastern one, and usually it's a mixed bag. And we're gonna play another game that's Eastern inspired. All JRPGs are mixed bag a lot of times. However, when they get closer to like the Western fantasy type, it's more like 70% wins and 30% bads, right? Losses. I would say for every tragedy in this game, you're probably going to feel mixed in terms of the feelings. However, that's kind of the point of the game. And that's the target audience. Now, let's provide some contrast. So, this is taking a different, I guess I really should have contrast between the two types of story lovers. And now, this one is pretty brief. So, in element of a target audience to contrast it in is mechanical players are those who are story is secondary. Story is secondary, largely optional, to be fair. And the indie scene, right? Rakuen would be considered an indie scene. Lots of indie games don't feature any form of story whatsoever. Sometimes they might have some lore building, but the lore building is associated with mechanics. A great example would be like a roguelike deck builder. Or an action adventure, right? There can be story in it for sure, but a lot of times they are mechanically bound forward. And there are clever and successful ways, like for an action adventure game, Hades is a great example that has the balance. But then you have the largely lore building ones like Dead Cell, right? And like deck builders, pretty much all of them are just lore building. So like Slay the Spire and all that stuff. I'm a big fan of. I picked roguelike deck builders because it's a big one that I have a lot of experience in. I can draw from. So when we talk about mechanically heavy games, they do have elements of story. And how does this connect with the whole story lover? Well, Western style story building typically also ends up mechanical a lot of times. A lot of mechanical games would take a Western style story building approach to fill in the story. So the stories sort of connects mechanically. So what I'm saying by that is when you build your stories, like your character, right, overcomes a villain, whatever like bad person or some obstacle, it's your story of how you overcame the obstacle. And the obstacle, the villain, is built mechanically most of the time. So like cue a FromSoft game, for example. FromSoft game. And it's just largely lore building. I would even go as far as Bethesda games. It's building the mythos around you, right? It's your experience, your character, breathing and living in the world that breathes value, and all the NPCs revolve around you. So the meaning, the value of the world is around you. And that doesn't distinguish between a mechanical player and a story lover whose primary focus is Western style things. Although now when we go to the mechanical one, story is still even further secondary. So this is the counter, the little like contrasting audience. So this is the non-target audience. As in, if you find yourself requiring a mechanical motivation to enjoy this game, you have a 20% chance. Because this game's story is really, it hits home really hard. I might even say a 10%, 90% thing. You might have a between 10 and 20% chance this game is going to resonate with you because it's free of mechanics. The story is the mechanic. So and I know how I'm juggling the same word. However, it's very difficult. In a colloquial, I use mechanical and story lover. But in a story game, if you're a story lover, that is the mechanic. The storytelling is the mechanic. That they're like, Laura wrote an absolutely beautiful masterclass in doing different ways stories can be told. Like, think about how the way you discovered the information, right? So let's talk about, I'll try to plead my case. I'll attempt to plead my case to make it sound mechanical. As in, perhaps the 10% of people may enjoy thinking of it this way. So what are the mechanics of story, right? In this game that has to offer. Again, it's not for most people who are mechanical for it. The simple hot take here is there are no lay mechanics. The reason why I say lay is anyone who's not a story lover, as in the casual, non-story lover, because if you're a mechanical person, you are a casual story lover. It's secondary, you don't practice it, you don't think about it too often, you don't write, you don't do that stuff. So you are the casual story lover. You are the hardcore mechanical player. And then on the flip side, story lovers often hyper-focus on stories. And mechanics might fall on the wayside more than stories, so the vice versa. So there are no lay mechanics, as in the common conception of video game mechanics. There's none of that in this game. That's the hot take. Let me try to make a case for what this game has to offer in terms of story mechanics. What makes this game brilliant to me, right? And I don't know if Laura decided this is how it's done, like consciously, like, oh yeah, we can use this type of story mechanic, this type of story mechanic. But there are very obvious ones. Notes. Right? Notes through objects. Asynchronous storytelling. So these are some obvious ones. So you walk around, you look at a bookshelf, you read the notes. That's awesome. The more you click on things, every single little nook and cranny, it's so lean. It's lean note leaving, right? And those notes in mechanical games tend to be just lore. But in this game, it's part of the story, right? It's not just lore. Well, it's actually story and lore. So what's a great example? Notes and objects everywhere. Journal entries, right? Journal entries, newspaper clips. Like, if you don't understand that this is a story mechanic, that last scene in this game when you read the 3 newspaper clips about the nuclear power plant failing, and then people sacrifice their life to stop the nuclear power plant from further melting down. If you did not read those clips, it's literally part of the game's mechanics. You have to read those newspaper clips. And then there are notes everywhere that you technically don't have to read. And guess what? All the puzzles, quote unquote, puzzles, are actually notes that you don't necessarily have to all encounter. And all those notes are related to the story's themes. Like, hey, like for example, you were in the room with Tony, right? The whole relationship between Christy and Benny. The notes are literally hidden notes everywhere between 2 kids who share secrets. And those secrets are tied to the secret passages in the house. So all of these are story mechanics. Why is it interesting? Why is it a little bit more thrilling when you have notes everywhere and you're finding a secret and you're figuring out mysteries, and then they're written like kids being excited about secrets. There's even notes, lore notes that tell you, oh yeah, we want to be detectives, secret inks, and they're all themed appropriately. These are story mechanics. Another one that plays very strong into storytelling lovers is asynchronous storytelling. So you hit the present, you discover a person's past, right? That's the world building. You go back to the present, and then you get closure about the future, right? It's back and forth constantly. And that asynchronous storytelling is still also present in the objects. You're solving things in the present, but you're learning things in random order, and you're progressively building the story up. That's a story mechanic. If you're asking, like, how's, like, some people say, like, well, mechanics require, a lot of times this is one of the biggest linchpins, and I can empathize with it. Fair enough. Mechanics require training. And I'm going to use the really hot take word. It requires skills. Right? Alright, let's go into this a little deeper. Because I really want to emphasize the different perspective in storytelling. So when you are trying to appease a mechanical player, or a little bit less so a Western story guy, oftentimes when it comes to enjoying stories, right? When a story is told to you, it requires less skill. This is a very controversial topic, but I'm trying to be fair here. So, if a story is told to you, it requires less skill. Well, to a mechanical person, the games you play often fills this. Because their focus is on mechanics. So psychologically, the story is not part of the mechanics. It's not, right? The vast majority of games, story is made to give your mechanics meaning. So when you're playing a mechanical game, the villains highlight the mechanics of the game. That's how these games are designed. They are to give you the themes, like, oh hey, this villain glows red. Hit it with a red object or something like that, right? It builds that story. But in this case, what happens is it creates a separation of story and mechanics. Does it require skill in a story game? So, now let's go back to what I mentioned about notes. If a mechanical person plays a game expecting that you get everything told to you, this game doesn't do that. Rakuen does not sit there and just tell a story to you. The notes are optional. Many of the notes, many of the dialogue is optional. The meaning of the game is optional. If you don't have XP, life experience, it's optional. So ask yourself, okay, well, storytelling games, right, don't have skill. What is skill? Well, skill is acquiring experiences to understand something. So if you're gonna take up a challenge and you're saying, well, I don't like walking sims because it requires no skill and I'd rather watch a movie, that's fair. Actually, that is fair. If you're playing a game that isn't around storytelling. And what are those games look like? FromSoft games. Like, if your relative is that you play games that spoon feed you the story so that they can move their mechanics, then yeah, that's understandable. Yeah, of course I would rather watch a movie if most of the games you play spill the story for you. The story is not a mechanic. These games are literally designed to not make storytelling interesting. Like, what I mean is, it's secondary. You're killing villains. That boss has a story. Here's the story of that boss. You got it. You're motivated by yourself. You're projected. You yourself, like, if you're in a Western mechanical game, right? They're usually mechanical. You're not telling the story, your story to yourself. You don't have to. You never have to practice that. What the game does is provide you a mechanic that tells you something about yourself. It's not trying to tell you something about something else that you don't have any interest in. So, what makes this game fantastic in a storytelling game is that it uses storytelling mechanics to tell the story. And the act, when you are in the act of the story mechanics, you appreciate the story more. Well, you get to learn what the story is about, right? So Yeah, a lot of times I totally get you that there's no quote unquote merit or skill to a mechanical person when you're playing games that you would normally play with the stories that you normally have. So, to the other 10% that might be interested, in this game, you have to read the notes. You have to click on spacebar on every object. You have to collect every object. Just so you know, collecting objects is another storytelling mechanic that I don't think mechanical players, the lay mechanical players, will understand. In a mechanical game, collection is linked to progress, which is a mechanic. It's a collection mechanic. It's a completion collection mechanic. When you're in a storytelling game, each of the objects you collect has a significance in the literal story. Right? Where'd you find the cat? I found it in the closet in Winston, in Tony's place. Where did you find the bird? It's in the valley where the dev village was with the RPGs, right? RPG references. It's a storytelling mechanic. Collecting objects literally is a storytelling mechanic. What the object represent is another way to make the story bigger. And a lot of times when you think of a mechanical game, the collection stuff, it's vaporware. It's just there, it gives you a check, and what does it do? It gives you bonus points for your stats, or it serves for a mechanical progress. What did this game do? All the objects you collect is in your lounge. What is the lounge? Part of the story. So the brilliantness of a storytelling game is that all the objects are up here, right? All your sentiments, all your experience, all your skills are up here. They're not in your hands or some part of your like how fast you react or something. It's how smart you are. And not in the sense, I'm not talking about like emotional intelligence and intellectual intelligence. I'm talking about how knowledgeable you are about the story mechanic. So yes, if you're saying that stories can't be mechanically inclined and can't be trained, it's because you're untrained at stories. That's perfectly alright. What makes you a superior mechanical player means that you give up the need for storytelling. I can go on forever, like almost this game, the subject in this game, it will carry for a lifetime. Like this experience, carrying lifetime experience. So let me highlight something. If you're a mechanical player and you ask yourself, what are the most valuable skills you have? This is my plug, obviously. I'm strongly trying to encourage people to love games like these. They might not be the games that you like, you know, the mechanical games that you like of today, but there's a place for these types of games, right? And I'm making a strong case for it. So, what are the most valuable skills? Well, they pay back, right? You would probably say they're transferable. They impact your life significantly. They're always being used. right? I mean, these are some of the highlights. I play mechanical games, right? I play a rhythm game called OS, right? And there's valuable skills to be brought in that, right? But let's just think, if you're a mechanical player and you try to identify the game's mechanics, how much do these check off the box? Impact significantly? Yeah, this is probably the strongest point for now. Impact significantly for a long time. Now we're starting to get diminished returns here. Transferable? Probably not. Payback? Again, diminished return. Right? Always being used. Now that is a non-negotiable. So, however, we are talking about lay mechanics here. What fulfills all four of these objectives? A storytelling game. So, if you want a skill that pays back all the time, always transferable, impacts you significantly for a very long time, and is always being used when you are trained in it, storytelling is the skill. So meanwhile, while people talk about, you know, storytelling is boring, it requires no skill, it's not interactive, it doesn't provide rewards. Well, you have to ask yourself, these things are being provided by mechanics. If story is not a mechanic, then how could you say storytelling is boring or requires no skill or not interactive? It's always interactive to me, right? But here for me, storytelling is a mechanic. And these games are born. Rakuen, any Double Fine title. Actually, let's shout out a really big one that's made into the AAA. Remedy. Any game made by Remedy. Now, Remedy does something special because they still story forward, but they're going like 60-40 into mechanics. So a good example of Remedy is, I just saw one of Remedy's titles on sale right now. Quantic Dreams, I think. Quantic Dreams. And then more recently, like Control. Alan Wake. Right? Alan Wake 2. So, and then we have the other games. Oh, wait, hold up. I gotta make sure I don't confuse the two. I get two developers mixed up. Hold up. Let me double check. I get two of the current developers mixed up a lot. I think Remedy was this group, right? Yeah. Quantic Dreams, Control, Alan Wake. And then there's the other group. The Quarry group. Wait, is that still Remedy? No, I don't think the Quarry is Remedy, right? Supermassive. So Supermassive is the other game, or the other developer who's like making Quarry was a example, like Supermassive. Yeah. So Remedy is a great example where they still acknowledge that things should be mechanical. But here's the thing about storytelling. If you're not into developing storytelling as a mechanic, Try telling a story to someone else. What makes this game timeless to me is when someone asks me, a mechanically forward person, you might be thinking, oh yeah, you're stretching. How does this relate to real life stuff? Well, I'm telling you a story right now. This very moment, I'm telling you how I'm dissecting what Rakuen means to me as a gamer or end user or a person. Where do I get those skills from? I get those skills because I constantly concern myself with storytelling. If I asked you, hey, you're really good at FromSoft games. Can you tell me your story about how you become so good with FromSoft games? Now, if you ask another person who's been playing games like Rakuen, and you ask them, can you tell me a fun story or experience about yourself, about these games? How did they inspire you? I can definitely tell you now, if I had to bet money, I'd probably bet 9 to 1 odds the person that's playing games like Rakuen would have an outstanding story. Because they spend most of their time being exposed to storytelling mechanics. How do you sound elegant and charismatic? Let's just throw in some other stuff. My voice acting really, really sucks, by the way. But I like to voice act. I like to feel other things and whatnot. All these are part of story mechanics. When the dialogue shows up, you have to decide what type of words you want to use. And what's even bigger in the scape of storytelling, and a lot of times mechanical people can relate to this, is oftentimes, right? When you're thinking about mechanics, mastery of a skill often truly comes to fruition when you're aware of what's not there. What could be there? And most importantly, what you don't know. So for example, a mechanics person could see like for me, I'm not good at Souls games, right? So I look at a video of someone doing like something in Souls games. Right. All I can say as a lay person is that looks neat. It's going to be difficult for me to know what's not there, what is there, what they could have done. And that's kind of how I feel about being a story lover. A game like this. And that's what I try to do to illustrate every time I play a game like this. It's not just the story that they're telling in this game. Like this game, like for example, Winston's story. It's about interracial couples. Right? That might not be a part of skill, is having experience to connect the significance of interracial couples with even Laura, for that matter. This is all part of storytelling mechanics. Like reading people, understanding people through their product is also a story mechanic. How do you make music to express yourself is a storytelling mechanic. All these things blend in these stuff. So like if you're playing a mechanical game, it's gonna be functional. All the stuff deals with aiding in that raw input and stuff. You're not practicing other things. Like, how do I get you to understand or to trust me? Well, you could tell a great story. Start by telling a story. Storytelling aids in the skills that are necessary to understand how to express yourself and also read into other people. So, a skill that I feel often people would like, charisma, is a skill they don't practice very often. Right? And it honestly, it really does deal with hyper-objectivity. We won't go into hyper-objectivity right now. And what is a great product of hyper-objectivity? Mechanical games. Mechanical games is a great product of hyper-objectivity. Charisma does not lend to hyper-objectivity. That's basically being less human. It's a really tough skill. This crazy skillless, skillless merit called storytelling. But ask yourself this. Is it easier to perfect a boss 100 times over when you know how to do it from practice, or tell 100 stories and have all of them hit? I'm going to tell you it's this, because it's uncontrolled. This is the realm of subjectivity, not hyper-objectivity. Just a fun little challenge. This is in no way am I saying one is more important than the other. It's offering you a mechanical take on how to appreciate these types of games. It's probably not going to resonate. I'm telling you, it's like a 10% chance. Whatever I just said, it's like probably full of baloney, right? It's BS. It's just spinning meaning where there isn't meaning. I literally got challenged by that so many times. Like, oh, you're just making a big deal out of nothing that's really a big deal. It's like, yeah, I understand. You don't think it's a big deal. It's not for you. It's trying to get that 10%. I actually think what people think is a big deal is a big deal. Like, being a mechanical player is a big deal. Being a story lover is also a big deal. So when you come back to this, it's both for me. It's not one or the other. It's both. However, this game is not for mechanical players. That's the contrast, right? It's to keep me grounded. I'm not saying this is the best game of all time. It's for everyone. It's the best game of all time for the people who like it. Like, and I'm describing the people who this game is geared towards, which is the story lovers, who are Eastern and focused. However, beyond that, there's a slight chance that, there's a 50-50 for Western story lovers, and then there's a 10 to 20% chance there are mechanical lovers. And the idea is, what does this game have to offer? It offers lenses into overcoming grief. You don't think that's a mechanic? I think that's a great, what I would call, life skills. In fact, just as a personal share, I get downvoted and criticized all the time, like without fail. when I say life skill training while playing a mechanical game. When I talk about life skills and life skill training when I'm playing a storytelling game, it doesn't create that much dislike. I mean, people will still disagree with me and all that stuff. That's fair enough. But what I'm saying is, it's largely because storytelling is what I'm referring to when I say using video games as a way to critically think, solve problems, expression, communication. Most of the games that deal with developing life skills have a stronger storytelling mechanic. They don't usually have objective mechanics. The objective mechanics tend to be very compartmentalized into the game. Like iframes on dodge rolling, frame counting on stuff. There is still some life skills in there, which I try to extract in mechanical games, but typically it draws a heavy criticism. And it makes reasonable sense. Like, I don't really mind it. It actually checks out. I would be surprised if I don't get dislikes for suggesting mechanical games can be used to develop life skills. Even the people who play mechanical games don't believe that. Right? So naturally, if I'm saying that, it'd probably be very unpopular. What do mechanical people do when they're not playing storytelling games? Well, they make snap judgment, no intellectual engagement, and that might seem like an extreme thing, but what I mean by no intellectual engagement is frontal lobe engagement. So what I mean by that is like creative abstractions. So when you shoot, when you jerk and respond to clicking an object, you're not considering what the significance of clicking that object is. You're just clicking it because it's objectively the task you're doing, right? So that's what I mean. You are still using your other intellectual components, but at this very specific, what I mean is the stuff that deals with creative and abstraction. Like, what's the meaning of Winston's story to you? What's the meaning of Tony's story to you? And I'll take it to the next level. If Tony is a grandfather, actually, who lost a son, right? You, say the player is a 20-year-old. Well, you can't relate to this unless the 20-year-old was like Christy, who lost a brother. Well, here's the thing. Let's go back to this very first thing. What is the indicator of a mastery of a skill? It's being aware of what's not there, what could be there, and what you don't know. So if you're gonna go ham and say you're a great, skilled storyteller, you would be able to tell me how you're a 20-year-old who can't relate to Tony. Why? How? When even? So you could say, well, why? I'm an only child. And how does that differ from Christy? How? Well, I experienced no deaths yet of a sibling. So therefore, no grief yet. When? Maybe in the future. This is next level. This is a mastery of being understanding, finding meaning in things that aren't explicitly told to you. If you don't like this story, you can write your own. Like, what does this story tell you about yourself? Well, you can't extract it if you're poor at storytelling and understanding story. If you have problems extracting meaning from people's words, extracting meaning from people's stories, then you aren't skilled at storytelling mechanics, right? You can see the pattern in the way people tell stories. You can see how they emphasize stories, repetition of words, motifs that come up. Like, I don't have to tell you what the motif, like, what's a Rakuen motif? Ikuribana. The flower. It came up multiple times. Like, this is a literal thing. I think this is like basic level storytelling. Like, it's literally in the story. It's literally explicitly told you twice, actually. Almost nearly the same identical exposition from Winston and Costco storylines explain the significance of Hikuribana 2 times. So those are like things you must remember, things you connect. This is part of storytelling. How do you get someone to remember something significant to you when you're telling the story? Place objects that recur in the storytelling. How do you get people to know you better? Reiterate and reinforce over time things that are important to you. How do you make it sound like you're not saying the same thing 10 times over? Find out how you creatively say the same thing, but not the same thing literally 10 times over. The spiel that I'm saying and the candid conclusions that I've said, I've done this since I started, I've already done this like 16 times. I would challenge someone to find out if I said the same thing more than once. Like, what I mean is, give you the same feel. It's not. That's the essence of storytelling. And storytelling can come in different, disguises. Education. I'm telling you stuff. How do I make it interesting? I make it sound interesting. Start with a story. You can actually educate people by literally telling a story. And that's why Rakuen is a fantastic game. It can be educational, it can be productive, it can also help you train your storytelling mechanics. So, here's my favorite hot take. I'll give one last hot take for the mechanical people. Oftentimes, the gaming industry is booming, right? That's a little subjective now, I guess. It's kind of like still slightly booming. All right? Mechanical people. Well, eventually, you're going to have to create significance. You can rely on mechanics if you want, right? The lay mechanics. I tell you now, the vast majority of the indie scene had different types of storytelling, first and foremost. And storytelling breeds the mechanic. So what's a great example? A monster expedition. This is I brought this up a couple of times because in Rakuen, how this is related to Rakuen is the pushing box stuff. Is what Monster Expedition is. It's a Sokoban game. Pushing boxes. So, the A monster expedition, yes, the mechanic is pushing boxes. But how do you get pushing boxes to tell a story? Because if you can tell a story through your themes, music, visuals, in the end of the day, when you're trying to communicate with someone, what are you going to use to storytell or express? Or actually, it's usually, what are you going to use to express yourself? You're going to use all the skills that involves with storytelling. So if you're an aspiring game developer, or you tell yourself you love games, I don't know how true that is, but if you love games, this word love, the things you love is largely attached to storytelling elements. It's just where it's coming from, right? If you're a mechanical person, it's likely Western style, right? Where's the storytelling? Your choice. So the game developer is concerned with how to get you to express yourself. What does that look like? Fashion, or we'll call them cosmetics, weapons, look, goes on, right? How do you understand what type of cosmetics, what type of weapons, what type of looks? Goes back to storytelling. The mechanics that are involved to form one of the longest lasting impressions in any human's life. Human's life. The vast majority, 99.9% of people. Unless you like discovered, I don't know, you discovered water or something that big, then fine, you can be someone who has a lasting impression that involves something objective, okay? As a human, the longest impression, the people you fall in love with, the friends you make, the favor you can do to yourself or do for yourself and for others is to demonstrate to them what is effective storytelling. How do you get your feet wet in storytelling? Well, as a plug for Laura and Company, you start with a game that uses a lot of storytelling mechanics. If it isn't Rakuen with Laura and Co, right? It's To the Moon. Sorry, I'm gonna plug Freebird games quite a bit because they're related. And when you're playing these games, ask yourself, how did they tell the story? And then how do you remember it? How do you remember? So how do you evaluate? Say like you're talking about what's the difference between a good storytelling game and a bad storytelling game or something like that, or an effective, we're going to use the word effective storytelling game. Well, first, how did they tell the story? And did all those things help you remember what the story was and give you a particular feel? Or did you find that you had to do something else and additional to make the story memorable? So what you're doing now is you're practicing your own storytelling skills along with what the game has to offer. So a lot of times that gives you an idea of what you can contribute to, like how well developed your storytelling abilities are, versus the people you're playing. So as a mechanical person, what did Rakuen not do in terms of storytelling? Well, a lot of times, like games like Dave the Diver, for example, which is also like a programming limit, right? Like programming limit or resource and production. For example, inputs can be storytelling. What is a great example of that? Well, in 2 days, I'm going to play Like a Dragon 8. Mini games tell stories. There was an example of that, by the way. At the very end of the game of Rakuen, right? She gets really, I think Laura got really cheeky at the end, right? There's a lot of symbolism. When Yami was pushing a mom away, right? So Yami's right here, right? Yami. And then mom was right here, right? So as you approach, the input was you approach the person and you hit spacebar. Mom approaches Yami and you hit a spacebar. Then Yami pushes back. But every time you went to do it, a new dialogue showed up. And the new dialogue showed less and less resistance. Okay? So Yami pushed mom less and less in spacing. That is an input mechanic for storytelling. That's what makes moments like these incredibly brilliant. And it's only incredibly brilliant if you have skills to see it. This was beautiful. I absolutely love this part. It was so distracting to me that I was having a hard time like trying to almost sidelining the dialogue because I was, trying to practice voice acting and all that stuff just to like increase my enjoyment of stories, right? Why do I pretend to voice act or at least try to voice act? Well, I'm trying to practice on do I understand the characters? Like, I speak and do impersonations because I'm trying to increase my abilities, right? Try to practice my skills. And, like, what does Yami sound like to me? What does mom sound like to me? All those are elements of storytelling. And those are not in this game. So it's another layer of storytelling that's missing. A lot of people sometimes think like, oh yeah, voice acting, like to a mechanical person, here's another slightly deep cut. Voice acting, right? If there's no voice acting, it's okay in a mechanical game. If there's text, can I have less story, please? Right? Because without someone spoon feeding you to remove the thinking, remove skills of storytelling, then it's laborious. You're practicing storytelling skill. You don't want to practice storytelling skill. You want a voice actor telling you how to feel. By the way, that's also really fun too. I love when I hear people's interpretation of voice acting. I play Like a Dragon in English and Japanese, regardless, because it's a different take. People have different things. On top of that, I'm also thinking what I think they should sound like and how I would present it. Most of the time, when you're talking about a mechanical person, either remove the need to imagine what the voice sounds like because you're not focused on storytelling. So you don't even, if you play a storytelling game, watch movies or watch animes, you don't even translate them to your own skill most of the time. Like, I would argue that the animes you watch do not get reinforced or projected into the things you do. Like, for example, Winston's story. I am multicultural. Winston's story will be forever carried with me, right? Because Winston's story is about Koreans and Japanese people. Most of the time, when you're thinking about a mechanical person, story is not a thing that carries with you. They don't get reinforced because you don't practice the skill. When you practice a skill, it stays with you. So when you're watching that anime for the, like another anime that's very similar, that explicitly shows a lot of things, how much of that is being carried to everything else you do? Well, probably less so than someone who's hyper-focused on to create meaning in things, right? Just a little bit of incentive. So yes, definitely keep being mechanically skilled for sure, right? Do the things you love. Absolutely. Just remember, like, I just want to impart that your brain is filled with skills. And not all of them are mechanical. So if you ever wonder, if you're trying to, like, if I was trying to tell a mechanical person, they can't understand, for example, they can't empathize. Why, and it's not even if they hate other people, it's they can't empathize why they, or actually, they can't express, is the better word, why they don't like games like Rakuen. This is my not so subtle attempt to explain some of that. It's just not for you, but that would be being very pedantic and general. One of the ideas is that your interest lies elsewhere. However, a lot of the stuff that you are giving up, right, may be useful. And I'm highlighting a few things that are very useful. If you can appreciate a game like Rakuen, I can honestly, like, no joke, here's a hot take. If you can find meaning in this game, I would say you are more statistically likely to help someone else in a mental crisis. Just, if that's something that is interesting to you, perhaps challenge yourself one day. I don't know. But what I'm saying, because the word challenge is thrown around a lot. I use the word challenge because for mechanical people, the word challenge is thrown around a lot, right? And not to deflate anyone, but generally challenge involves something you don't do very often. And in this case, it's not the same both ways. It's actually different. For someone who focuses on things like storytelling, usually have more self-awareness of what is actually challenging. It's not the same. because this is where the unfair part comes in. When you focus on people's stories and you focus on the human condition, you will become more self-aware of what is challenging. It doesn't make you necessarily better at them per se, but you naturally encounter what you can't control. And what you can't control from a human standpoint is most challenging. Now, I find mechanical things very challenging. Like, do a perfect run of a game or something. Absolutely. It's because it's something I don't do very often. However, when you are interested in one thing, you are more aware of what you can't control than the things you can control. So you are operating, mechanical people are always operating with control. What is that? Stories is within your control. You get to choose best ending, for example. What's the best ending? You win. When you play this game, let's just be real. It's these games, unanimously, it's a bittersweet moment. You don't win at life. You do your best at life. You do the best at storytelling. You can never know if you tell a great story that someone's gonna like it. When you do these things, like when you practice a skill that you can't control the outcome, it's inherently going to be more challenging. So oftentimes I have this conversation where most youth nowadays have hyper objectivity. They have hyper objectivity. So they have to know what's in their control, the potential outcomes, right? And how to mechanically achieve them. It's no coincidence that the most mainstream games are mechanically forward. It gives you control. It allows you to manipulate the outcomes. And it provides and prescribes how to do it. When you start thinking about games like a story told, you don't have control in what that story is. And we're talking about like this game, like we're talking about Eastern games, not Western games. So Western games, you can still have some elements of control. It gets closer to this, right? That's why Western games are very popular right now. You get to choose choices. Well, in games like this, you don't get a choice. The story is told in any way. You don't get to know the outcomes. You get to see the outcomes. Mechanically, it's completely restricted. Like, it's not like you can do something else. But the thing is, the mechanics is something you observe. And then the mechanics, the other mechanic, is outside the game. So when I'm talking about youth and hyperobjectivity, just a little slight digression to like fuel my whole importance of this, right? Hyperobjectivity has led to poor critical thinking. And problem solving. And one of the biggest problem solving skills that tackle is finding meaning and reward. Meaning and reward, you know, like, why do I play this game? Why do I play this game, for example? Well, it's whatever the rewards are, literally. And it's not really meaning, it's more, I like it. And meaning it does not equal understanding what the meaning is most of the time. Ideally, both, right? Ideally, it's both. You want to know why you like a game and also what the meaning is to your game. But generally speaking, liking it is fine. It's good enough. And then the literal rewards. Live service games, anyone? Gacha games, anyone? So, when a literal reward is presented, it motivates mechanics. And that's healthy enough for a lot of people. However, you can be so more than that. So much more than that. So if you're what part of the 10%, try playing a storytelling game every once in a while. And ask yourself, how many ways is the story being told? And how you could use it to help tell your story. Hey, if there's anything I can tell you, what do content creators do? They tell stories. Just saying. So, there's a place for these things. Throw in a storytelling game every once in a while. Throw in Rakuen every once in a while. Something like Rakuen. Am I a professor? Nintendo gaming? I am no longer a professor, I would say. No longer a professor. I do teach in some capacity. Alright. Let me throw in some personal stuff, right? We've digressed quite a bit, so. Oh, you're welcome. It's, again, just to emphasize, it's just ideas. And I hope that the idea is always, why not both? Right? Why not both? And I fear that oftentimes people aren't doing both. They're doing one or the other. And life is too brutal, in my opinion. Life is too brutal to reduce two options, at least two options, down to one option. So why not enjoy a game like Rakuen and also enjoy mechanically forward games like FromSoft games, right? Pick up a Souls game, wonderful. Why not enjoy both? It gives you flexibility. So this is a good segue into a personal take. So this is the third part of the stuff, which is the personal take on Rakuen, right? Some candid stuff about myself. Without a doubt, I love stories. Right. Stories, for me, build the foundation of therapy. Stories build the foundation of education. Expression. Problem solving. Learning. If I can explain in a story format, in an engaging way, on how I learned how to play a video game, this tells me many things. I know what I'm doing. Probably also know what I don't know. that keeps like the Cougar-Dunning effect, right? Or the Dunning-Cougar effect, right? That keeps Cougar-Dunning balanced, right? Know what I'm doing, but know what I don't. Kinda overestimating, underestimating. But it also gives me the opportunity to teach. The reason why is my life is probably too short to have all the stories for all problems. I'm specifically saying problems because this is what I do, or I want to do, even moving into the future. I actually want to expand this, right? My focus is I use video games and things that I experience to build up a collection of stories. And those stories, they don't have to be stories. They could be methods, knowledge, wisdom. Those are all general categories of stories, in my opinion. And I want to try to solve problems with them, like people's problems, right? If I can't live long enough to experience these things, like, I don't know if I will experience all the meanings behind Laura's stories, right? Behind Laura's stories. And meta to that, her stories may be based on many stories, hers and others. And the idea is that when you collect enough of these stories, these learning lessons, education, expression, and whatnot, you become filled with tons of ideas. And those ideas are are invaluable. When you try to solve other people's problems, right? When you try to solve other people's problems, well, gonna be real, that's when hyper-objectivity, if you're focused on hyper-objectivity, you're gonna get diminished returns. So being good at a mechanical game doesn't necessarily make you an excellent teacher at the mechanical game. It requires a skill outside that, which is typically understanding the contextual significance and how the learning process is done and the problem solving. And that's usually not being able to just describe. It's not just describing what you did. That's what the internet does all the time, right? If you go on the internet, you Google something. It's like, oh yeah, here's how you do okay, I'm gonna do a meme. Here's a meme. Here's a meme that I've seen recently. Or not really a meme, like, we'll call it a trend. But I almost feel like it's a meme nowadays. What is it called? Hold up. I think it's called the slick back? Hold up. Yes. Slick back. Here's just an innocuous meme. The slick back dance. Right? Go online, you're gonna have like so many tutorials. Alright, that's awesome. Right? Some people will just do it mechanically. And it's rewarding. You completed it. Sure. Right? Now you have the skill. You just have the skill. You can do the slick back dance. Why? Now what? Now what? Like, where do you go? What do you do now? Mechanical focus Hyperobjectivity doesn't give you these answers. What you should be asking yourself a lot of times is, why did this dance become viral? And that's what a storyteller would be asking. I'm not here to tell you how to do a slick back dance move, but I could probably tell you a couple stories about 2 to 3 people that love this dance and how they became content creators because of it. I can tell you from playing Rakuen some of the motivations that make Laura Shigihara make this game. When I open with each game, I talk about the devs. I talk about the publishers. And that, I'm gonna be super honest with you. I spent 2 hours right before I go live on the first day. And the stuff that I said for 4 to 5 hours before the first day of this game, and now, right now, this very moment, which I just spent probably over 3 hours talking about the subject matter, it's largely improvised. And I put this in quotes because when you spend most of your time, for me, when I spend most of my time trying to tell stories, and most of the time it's actually other people's stories. Other people's stories I've practiced a lot, like incredibly a lot. It's to the point where when I see, how does this relate to me is when I see someone behave a certain way, you start collecting factors. Alright? For example, you collect one factor, right? Say they say the word hate a lot. That's one factor. That's a chance. Coincidence. Very coincidence. But then you pick up a second factor. And this person mentioned their dad a bunch of times. Okay. Coincidences is going down now. Then you pick up, they like listening to, I don't know, they like listening to depressing stories. Right? That's 3 factors. So here's what I'm saying about why I still play lots of point and click adventure games and stories, and they pander to me, is that even when you're not consciously doing it, when you play games like these, you will continue to even intuitively look for patterns. So if you watch this playthrough, probably my next game, I'm gonna continue to sound like that. Like, for example, one of the things today, mom, right? The boy was in bed, and the mom picked up the phone right next to his hospital bed. And my first thought is, dad is dead. It's not because I'm guessing, per se. Like guessing without merit. Is I'm testing myself. All these things become very habitual all the time. And then when you practice a lot of these things, you start seeing a lot of patterns. You might not be right all the time, but that's the whole point, right? Storytelling and predicting people's behaviors and stuff, it's the final frontier, so to speak. It's highly unpredictable. The idea is if you're practicing a skill that's highly unpredictable and you find some semblance of predictability, that's one of the greatest challenges. Mechanically, if you always are on time, it always succeeds. Well, guess what? In storytelling, when you're always on time, it doesn't always succeed. Because we're in the realm of subjectivity. So to those mechanical people, if you really want to like challenge yourself just for fun, you might hate it. I'm sorry if you hate it. But there's another digression about doing something that you hate ultimately becoming very rewarding. That's besides the point. Occasionally, just try it. If you're having trouble understanding other people who's expressing things to you, ask yourself, can you express the things that you're thinking about to other people? A lot of times, doing it yourself can be very difficult. So watching other people do it may provide inspiration and models for you to tell the story. I can most definitely sound incredibly depressing right now. Like I could echo the last moments of Rakuen, but I choose not to. How do I do that? Well, I have a lot of examples in my life of how to say something that is very challenging, but make it sound very doable. Make something that sounds egregiously devastating, but overcomable. Like, well, that's not a great word. Like, overcoming adversity, right? When people are struggling with problems, it might not feel like they have choices. And when they're overcoming problems that they don't have choices, they feel defeated already. Tell them a story. You can change it around. That's what's the remarkable thing about the skill. The downside is it's so uncontrollable that it's a practice in endurance. You have to tell many stories. Sometimes the same story works for one person and doesn't work for the next person. That's kind of the ultimate challenge. So when I think about people diminishing the value of having a story in their game, honestly, as a developer and maybe a business person, maybe as a publisher, that's great actually. Because a story is risky. So when you have Laura producing a game that is resonating with tons of people, that is, I'm not diminishing programming though. Like it's all of the above, but it is a great feat. The idea is that it's not easy just to tell a sob story, right? I even hear that quite a lot, where like, oh yeah, well, this developer just told like a really tearjerker and therefore is successful. I'm gonna tell you now, there are tearjerker stories that are unfilling. It's almost as though that person haven't ever experienced adversity at all. So this is not the case. Just my 2 cents. I don't want to demonize anyone's motivations or anything like that too heavily, right? Or unintentionally. So these are my motivations. I absolutely love these games. Especially games that deal with the human condition and oftentimes is dealing with subjects that the current target audience is likely not to have experienced yet. So what I mean by that is this game is fantastic because it makes devastation. That's probably not the word. Crises. We'll say crises. Crises as approachable as possible. So it's a video game, right? As well. So what I mean by this is sometimes when life smacks you, they can smack you so hard you don't even get a chance. No chance to recover. As a personal share, I've been involved in maybe approximately 2 incidences that this has occurred, where someone got smacked so hard by life that it required an intervention to help this person come back. Well, this game is beautiful. It sounds fantastic. It deals with an incredibly devastating subject matter. But it also shows how one can become invested, engaged, and be interested in the life stories of others and resonate with empathy, right? Like, practice empathy, maybe even actively gather information. Like, storytelling also involves the mechanics of storytelling is putting puzzle pieces together, like putting the story together. How is that helpful to me, especially me? Why it's fantastic is that you practice looking at factors. And these factors enable you to help people. Whether it be on the superficial level, right? The superficial level is you meet someone with the same exact problem. Same exact problem. Then the game itself could probably literally offer you a literal example of how you can approach it. However, most of the time, it's piecing together puzzles. The active engagement of, where's this going? Oh wait, this stuff is associated with this stuff. So all that type of thing, that's my jam. I absolutely love that. You can call it, a lot of people demonize it as like profiling, what have you, or like discrimination or something like that. But this is not, I'm not talking about it in that manner. Because obviously, most skills can be weaponized. For sure. But that's not my intent. This stuff, like profiling and stuff, deals with years of experience to look for problems. And there are dangers. You can see problems where there aren't problems, right? So there you have to know all these things. But having more stories give you that. Like, if you encountered a story from someone that showed that, oh yeah, if you hyper profile people, you might see problems where there aren't any, right? Like, for example, Sherlock Holmes is a great example. I know it's not a real character, or just debatably a real character, but Sherlock Holmes has this sociopathy that creates puzzles where there may not be, right? Crime where there may not be. You become your crime. That's awfully there. But the idea is that this is a necessary process when people, especially young people, especially young people, already have a problem expressing. And I love these games for that. So when a young person plays these games, it's like, well, I don't understand it, right? I don't understand this stuff. Well, the idea is to illustrate and expose that maybe one day it could inspire. Because I can tell you now, the one step that an older person has, especially myself, I'm considered an older person, like I'm 36, so I'm getting close to middle age, right? When young people have trouble expressing stuff, which bleeds into the whole mechanical forward and the internet age and the hustle culture, it's up to you to see patterns. And I know this might sound a little bit morbid, but what Rakuen does so well is the whole idea of looking at notes, diaries, like withdrawing, right? Withdraw, silence. The idea of these themes, morbidity. The idea of being exposed to this is not, I say this as a joke a lot of times, but I watch when I'm depressed. I joke. This is a joke, by the way. When I'm depressed, I actually watch depressing things. This might sound counterintuitive, but I'm not watching to be more depressed. I'm watching how they look and solve. Because a lot of times these stories that you have, especially Rakuen, they show the balance. Like, so the boy encountered lots of people who are withdrawn and they're expressing something differently. Like, for example, Sue expresses her imagination through marbles. What does that mean? Well, marbles is a projection of her desires. She was trying to execute escapism through creating worlds in her marbles ever since an early age. So you've already see the lens that obviously she's withdrawn because she doesn't relate to anyone. Obviously she will be bullied in school because it's a way of escaping. So all these like different methods and stuff, you can actually use them. Like, it might sound silly, but if you have like a 12-year-old kid who needs something to do and to be encouraged for a person, I might actually buy a jar of marbles and ask them, what does this marble mean to you? What does it look like? What does it make you think? Those things are, it doesn't have to be literal, but those are actually mechanics on many different methods that are inspired to encourage people. So you take stories. The more stories you have, the more you're able to find the most number of overlapping factors that you can help someone with. It's an endless struggle, obviously, and it's like an act of futility. But I collect stories. Be it movies, education, my personal life, and all forms of media, drama, current events. The more I collect, the more I can decrease my failure rate at helping someone. mentally. I really can't help people physically, obviously, because I'm not trained in that. Like, I'm already doing my own thing, trying to keep myself healthy, right, physically. But, or in other words, increasing consistency in mental therapies, I would say. So this is not to say that I am a practitioner. So the idea of being a practitioner is that you also focus on efficacy. Why am I drawing a blank on efficacy? We'll say effectiveness, because I somehow draw a blank on. So a lot of times when you're thinking about practitioners, right? I'm not a trained psychiatrist or a trained psychologist. You're really focusing on pragmatism. So what are the industrial standards? Like, what are the most consistent, rudimentary, effective approaches to things? And that's fantastic. Like, that's why you defer to them, because they consistently know all the statistical methodology to helping someone. For myself, just as a hobbyist, I mean, as much as I want to be a practitioner, that involves being officially licensed and practice like that. For me, I do the holistic approach, this is what I would consider the holistic approach. I spend most of my time either participating or collecting basically what I would call stories in media, like games like this. If it goes viral or it becomes very popular, it becomes a point of reference for a lot of people. And if I understand what the target audience is and the developer's intent and how that communication happens, I can communicate through understanding these things. Like, why does this kid, for example, why does someone feel like a rating system, I talk about this quite a bit, a rating system make like an 18-year-old depressed? Right? Why does a rating system make... It's kind of like this. These are the exercises that I do. And it's kind of great when it's a storytelling game, because those stories also give you a lens into who plays them, what the developer does, right? And the thing about being an adult or like someone who's older is that you get to choose what kind of stories you get to tell. When you get younger and younger, that might not seem like a choice anymore. So my favorite part about games like these is that it exposes kids, age-appropriate kids, of course, like kids that are open-minded enough or receptive enough to be willing to suspend their disbelief to play some of these games. And these individuals end up being incredibly receptive individuals. It's not necessary. You don't have to be... I'm not saying if you don't play storytelling games, you're going to become like this really struggling person growing older. It's just an extra thing. So I like to encourage people to continue doing more things and new things. And that's why these games are incredibly important to me. So, with that said, it's down to the fun part, right? The part that most people would probably skip to the end for. And that is the rating portion. And I've said way more than I planned to say today. I think I touched upon like 10 or 11 topics that would take me 20 hours or so to explain. Okay, so what did we pick? The story lover. story lovers, mechanical, and me. Right? These are the three perspectives that we decide to take to illustrate something about this game. And again, I'm going to make a disclaimer. Here's the disclaimer. I recommend all games and all meaning in quotation meaning most, really most, like 99.9% of games I choose to play. As in, if I voluntarily play, as in pick and buy, so it's not solicited to me, it's not given to me, or it's not challenged to me, like it's within my control, voluntarily, I recommend all the games. So these scores, these perspectives, have very little bearing on how I would recommend the game. So inherently, most of the games I pick are generally between 8 and 10, where 5 is the average. Now, where 5 comes in, the scale 1 to 10, is how well I can capture the empathy, how well I empathize with the two perspectives that I chose. Why can't I spell perspectives? So often, the two that I pick, there's going to be a low one, which is usually the center, the target audience, right? And then add some caveats, and myself, which is usually between 8 and 10. But since I purchased this game, I recommend it. That's period. My whole intent and goal of playing games voluntarily, as in not sponsored, not being solicited for it, so I bought this game. And I do things always, 99.9%. If I'm choosing to do things, it's with a purpose. So I'm literally doing the opposite of what disclaimers do. I'm telling you that I have an agenda. So if I'm streaming something that I purchased, I have an agenda. It's intentionally made to educate, learn things. And it's always generally 99.9% of the time positive. Until the first axiom, until I don't purchase a game or I don't buy a game and I was challenged to do something, this will stay true for all the games moving forward. Now, I'm going to say this every single time. It's going to become it's going to be said differently every single time. Right now, this is how I feel to portray it. So I recommend this game, period. Right? Regardless of what my score is over here, which is between 8 and 10 most of the time. So, after we talked about all the stuff, right? Story lovers. So we have the 50-50 in Western style storytelling, right? And the basically 99% in Eastern style storytelling. So, I would say the vast majority, because of pre-selection to these games, like how Steam works, which I didn't talk about, how Steam pre-selects like how to expose games to other games, I'm gonna say this is heavily weighted more than this. So I would probably say this game is easily a 9 out of 10. In fact, I might even say the weight is so strong, the pre-selection weight is so strong, it's a 9.5 out of 10. If you're a story lover, like in general, like someone who has a behavior that gravitates story playing, like your Steam account, right, shows that you played a lot of stories and eventually Steam will pick up and recommend something like Rakuen, and generally it would floor you. You would love it. I would say 9 to 9.5 out of the time, it would hit. All the behaviors and the stuff that you're looking for, it will lightly hit most of the time. Mechanically, so now we have to use the opposite. There's really low pre-selection, as in not a lot of people from a client like Steam or something is going to get recommended if they play mechanically heavy games. However, we have to remember that a lot of mechanically heavy games are written as story rich. Like, I kid you not, if you go on Souls games, they're considered story rich sometimes. So that we have to keep in mind, that some of those people may actually come across a game like Rakuen. That's why it's important to think about different perspectives, because the tag story rich, lots of different tags select relative. You know, if someone who thinks FromSoft, the lore building mechanic, that story mechanic is the predominant way of telling stories, then anything, that includes everything a lot of times. Like, that's kind of like a low standard, right? And it's not low as in it requires less, it deserves less merit. It's low word because it's lower in priority for those games. So if it's lower in priority and that person's relative is that, there are a lot of things above it. So sometimes games like I'm trying to think of a game that's story rich, like things that have a lot of lore in it. Like, for example, Metrovania games tend to be also filed under story rich, but that's typically not the case. That's not usually what Rakuen fills under. And Metroidvania games are mechanic heavy, right? All their lore and their themes and stuff is built around mechanics. So you're gonna have to bump into those. And those are the people I'm thinking about. And I'm going to say there's a 2 out of 10 chance that's gonna work out. If I'm being very generous for the subject matter, might boost it to a 3 out of 10. So if you're someone that I just described about mechanic forward, it has to be interactive, the likelihood that you'll ever even remotely decide to even play this game in the first place is very low. And when you do decide, only 2 to 3 out of 10, right? That's taking your perspective. And how does this argue properly? Well, this game is overwhelmingly positive, right? You do have overlaps of mechanics, but since it's overwhelmingly positive, it's just illustrating that there's a huge pre-selection. So people who like these type of games tend to like these type of games. And for me, this game, ooh, I'm definitely going to say it's a solid 9 out of 10. Now, there are things it obviously lacks, right? And that's not necessarily to its detriment. But for myself, I'm a person that's pretty passionate about this stuff. And again, I highly recommend all the games. A 9 out of 10 is suggesting to me that there's obviously, it's not comprehensive, right? And there are alternatives that I can think of. I don't highlight them most of the time because I'm a very positive forward person. And usually my average is 9 out of 10. It takes an incredibly special, right? Incredibly special thing to really, really hit that 10. So I absolutely love this game. This game's amazing. I feel like the systems they have, you know, hitting spacebar can be done incredibly differently. Like, let's just throw another shout out just momentarily, right? Like Undertale, for example. Right? The simple inputs can still be utilized very differently. So storytelling can definitely branch out to a lot of mechanical themes. And in this game, this is unapologetically story focused. And I absolutely love it, right? I absolutely love it. That doesn't mean it can't be both. It can definitely inspire mechanical differences. Like hitting up, so there are 5 buttons. There are at least 5 buttons in this game. Those buttons can be used differently, for sure. Just things like that. So absolute solid 9 out of 10. And there you have it. Very enjoyable. Target audience, smash hit. When you get a smash hit, a breakout hit, is when you know that your target audience, 90% of your target audience is going to love it after the fact. Obviously, I'm only saying that after the fact. I don't like making predictions, but the fact is, the people who are willing to share their opinions, smash hit. And then the audience that's not targeting is way out from left field, right? So like 2 out of 10, a 2 out of 10, what this is, I'm trying to suggest is Laura, Shigihara, and co. know exactly who their target audience is. They were unapologetically all in on a very specific design. And it is a smash hit for that. It is indie. That is the hardcore indie feel. Which, a game that I recently played, Dave the Diver, is a hardcore mainstream indie. And that's what made it a 10 out of 10. Because not only did it not sacrifice being exclusive to a specific pre-selected group, it tried its darndest to include a bigger audience. Not for better or for worse, just their philosophy that they went. They did not go hardcore, they went mainstream. Rakuen is a hardcore story game. If you're a hardcore story lover, you're gonna eat it up. I can spend days dissecting all the storylines here. In fact, it's so inspirational, I almost feel like I want to write new scripts. Like, I occasionally write stories in my head, so oftentimes when I try to explain things to people, right? Like, hey, you know, I know running's hard, but imagine this. And I would use a story. And it's games like Rakuen that can really push that forward, right? If you want ideas and you want to captivate people's hearts without ever needing to share your own stories, like, I understand. I was young once. It's very uncomfortable talking about your own stories, right? I really sucked at talking about myself. In fact, most of the time, I don't ever share opinions about myself. So I'm using this exercise to kind of talk about myself every once in a while. But if you can't talk about yourself, it's quite another thing to bridge that by telling other stories, even making up stories. And not making up a lot of times people talk about making up stories as in a deceptive and manipulative way. Certainly, manipulative is only when it's negative, in my opinion. So for example, if you're helping someone by telling a story that's not real, if it helps the person and that person knows you're creating something, it's still manipulating. You're manipulating their feelings to feel better. But manipulating is negative with deceit. Helping someone feel better through creating stories is inspirational. So there's a fine line between it. And these games can inspire tons of new games. It even inspires me to come up with new storylines for when I have to come up with some whimsical analogy to help someone recover from the devastation of losing their pet, right? Sue lost her pet. Just saying. The Uchi thing hits really hard. So there you go. Next time, so I'm going to be taking a break. And next time we're going to play a game. Like a Dragon 8 Infinite Wealth is coming out after I take a break tomorrow, and then the day after we're gonna hit being Light a Dragon 8. That's 16 years of stories. It's gonna be a really long thing, but after that we'll probably come back to another game, and I think we're probably going to play Mr. Sato. So just so you know, that's where my segue is. But Like a Dragon 8 is coming out. And you bet I love stories. This is probably the most mainstreamy stories that blend a lot of the things I talked about. But man, we're definitely going to pick up Mr. Sato. And then another shout out to Freebird Games, right? Because I haven't played Imposter Factory. I do this most of the time. So I play a really big long game, a really big game, a big production game that's usually a mix of mechanical and storytelling. Then I go back to playing 2 or 3 storytelling games, and then pick up a mechanical game and go back to storytelling games. So I'm definitely looking forward to Mr. Sato and Imposter Factory. Alright, there you have it. Thanks for hanging out, folks. Thanks for chilling. If you're gonna watch this later, thanks for watching. Always welcome to share your thoughts, your discussions, things that you come along that deals with storytelling. I always love hearing stories, and I have something to say about a lot of things. You're always welcome to comment. As always, until next time, stay safe, stay healthy, keep on learning new things. Keep on experiencing new stories. I'll catch you guys on the next one. Take care. Bye now.